Man, I love being on vacation. It just feels so good. We're back. I'm doing a midday stream of design work for Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, the new Bastion system in the DM's Dungeon Master's Guide. Bastion system. Cool. Sounds like our volume sounds good. I'm going to hit copy there. Let me check and get everything up and running. I'm just going to need a minute here to get up and running. And once we are, we'll dive into today's adventure. So if you're old school to the channel and you're catching this after the fact, then you can skip forward a minute. But for those of you that are new to the channel or are trapped here in space time with me here and now, my name is Phil Kearney. What's up? I create role-playing games, I illustrate them, and I publish them online. And I've been focusing my attention on Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, creating content there on the DMsGuild since I think 2017, something like that. I take the 5e game engine and I kit bash it. I tear it apart. I toss in like optional rules from the DMsGuild, from the Dungeon Master's Guide to make the 5e gameplay different. Have a narrative mechanic that combines with a mechanic that's a variant feature. Like, for example, the 5-color magic spell point variant rules, which is the first series of books that I've built. That uses a spell point system and replaces the 8 schools of magic with the color mana system from Magic the Gathering, the tradable card game that Wizards of the Coast owns and has 3 settings for it: Theros, Strixhaven, and Ravnica. So I started, I first published the Color Mana books after Ravnica came out in 2018. And then I just kept adding to it, but it basically removes the 8 schools, replaces it with the 5 colors. You have mana. In MTG, each type of magic is devoted to a different or multiple colors that you need to have those colors in your mana pool to be able to cast those spells. So the 5e game engine is flexible enough to be able to recreate different magic paradigms and magical mechanics inside of it and still have the game run as intended. I've been running it that way since 2018. So 7 years? Yeah, 7 years in. I've been using that system at my home table from level 1 to 20 in a few campaigns, 7th level, 13th level, 5th to 9th level, 1st to 7th level, and then the time travel campaign was level 1 to 20. So it works great. But and then the Spelljammer thing that we built replaces proficiency bonuses with the proficiency die mechanic when you're commanding groups of soldiers or groups of monsters that are like firing siege engines together, or squadrons of fighter craft that are flying in formation and attacking together. Use the proficiency die instead of a proficiency bonus when attacking through your minions, because you can't guarantee the individual performance of each participant in that squad. One could be horrible, the other could be a natural 20. It's going to be discovered by rolling the die. So instead of a +3 proficiency bonus, you roll a d6. So it could be anywhere from 1 to 6. But we'll average around 3, where you would expect your proficiency bonus to be. That is a way of being able to narrate multiple people working together to achieve a task through an ability check with a large amount of variant degree because of reasons. And if you fail the die roll, if you fail the roll and you want to narrate it, you can look at what that die roll was. And if on that d6 you rolled a 1, it's like my team was just like completely out of sorts. So no wonder we didn't succeed the task. None of us were moving in the same direction. Like, that's a way you can narrate that. Or like if you rolled a 6 and you still failed the die roll, but your number capped out, you're like, my team was perfect, we just got outplayed. And so that changes the narrative of how your team operates based on the die results that you have. And that's a narrative experience that a lot of people are like, how do I narrate my weapon taking, like my armor taking the damage versus me dodging it? It's kind of the same idea of that, but it's more fluid in that manner. So we're doing that same thing with the Bastion system here. Let me finish clearing all this stuff up, because that's what we're working on today, the Bastion system. Of course, I love Bastions. I love Dominion gameplay. If you're still on the X Twitter platform, I'm here at Phil Kearney. I love landscape painting. This was such a fun painting to create. It is in the Odyssey Anthology series. It's a series of islands in the Theros campaign setting, and each island has a different adventure associated with it. And so when you visit an island, you can see that adventure. Here on YouTube, like, subscribe, hit the bell icon for notifications. Here's the playtest. Here's the full live stream of the Bastion campaign that we're currently watching right now. And if you want to read along while we develop today, you just click this button here, and it takes you to the Google Doc where we're working inside of. For you, it's read only. You can look, but don't touch. We will be hiring an editor for us to clean up the format and to offer technical suggestions about how to scaffold it so that the way it's built and flows of information. And then from there, when we get it back, we'll then break it down into a PDF document, build the whole thing, and do all the illustrations, charts, tables, and examples and stuff with you guys here on screen. And once that's all done, we'll publish it to the DMsGuild just like everything else that I do. So if you want to see the other books that I've had, they're all 100% preview. I want you to see the information, and then you can decide if it's worth your money or not. But you have to see the information. You have to, because I'm asking you to play a variant rule of a popular game. You need to understand how the system works, and you have to have a chance to kick the tires, test it out, see if it's cool. And if you walk away from it wanting to come back and visit it, maybe that's when you buy it. So thanks for looking at my shit. Pacts and Patrons of Ravnica makes Warlock, otherworldly patrons. There's 10 guilds in Ravnica, and so each guild becomes an otherworldly patron. That's how you get your power to be a guild mage in the Ravnica campaign setting. A Spelljammer combat and exploration. We were talking about the scaling combat. Again, these are all full previews, but some of these have, like the Spelljammer has over 100 assets in a zip folder if you buy it. Point Warlocks just went gold. Translating the Warlock into a spell point variant system that it works incredibly well. And then Subclasses Revivified is still number 2 on the DMsGuild after like 3 months. I was part of the team that recreated all of the classes for 2024 that weren't picked up by Wizards right away. And my current crown is the color mana and martial powers variant rules, where we're still building and playtesting the martial power system so that all 13 classes in D&D are using the same color mana system, which could also be an elemental system or just a generic spell point system using the 8 schools of magic. The paradigm doesn't matter. It's the mechanics that matter, that you have a unified system where all 13 classes can use mana, so you can start implementing mana effects, mana traps, mana hazards, and then mana debuff effects into your game, because everyone in the game is utilizing those mechanics together, and it affects everyone equally. So that's been a very long running project of mine to complete that, and it's super fun. So I love spending my time on it. And then from there, we'll be publishing a D20 independent game, like a Beckmead style game on ttrpg. And with God's grace, I'll be able to do a Kickstarter with it. So, but yeah, this was an island on Theros. Each island is its own adventure. I got commissioned by Sticky Hunter and Core Artificer on the DMsGuild to make a painting for each island. There was 30 adventures, total 30 islands from level 1 to 20, and it was a joy to make them. It also are fantastic examples of bastions, like a lonely tower on an ocean island is super cool for like an elementalist, sort of like a water elemental cleric or something like that. So okay, cool. Let's get into the document here. Clean up my tabs. We're going to play here in the command folder today. Here is the Bastion commands caption. The Bastion campaign system that we're developing. It takes all the mechanics from the DMG Bastion 2024, and it breaks apart the 7 orders that you can issue to your Bastion, and it recreates the facilities in the Bastion to become ability checks that either create the effect that you want for your characters or environment, and if it fails, it creates an adventure hook that once your characters resolve the complication that's preventing the task from being successful, that becomes your adventure for the Bastion turn. Whether it's inside of your campaign or outside of it, it's something that your team is specifically doing to interact with the world around you so that your Bastion can resolve the task that it wants to achieve. And you can build an entire campaign. I've been playtesting that as a campaign premise using the BX, the OSE sort of the Open D20 system that I'm using. I've been playtesting that for the Kickstarter since February, but it uses these mechanical ideas. So you have each Bastion turn. You're resolving tasks that you've issued orders to your Bastion, and as they resolve them, with the die roll, if the ability check was successful or failure, using a proficiency die like we were talking about earlier. And if it succeeds, then congratulations, you did the thing that you wanted, and whatever you're pursuing, whatever you're doing that for your Bastion for, presumably to advance your own goals inside of the campaign, whatever it is that you're doing, like researching something or like building magic items or something, you succeed the task, you have the thing, there you go. If the die roll fails, there's a complication that's going to have to be resolved before that task can complete, which you could then either dedicate additional resources to your Bastion to resolve. So you're effectively having to tax your action economy by paying extra resources into resolving whatever that difficulty is, or if you don't want to have to pay for it through resources, which is a renewable mana pool that your Bastion has as it grows in rank and size and capability, it gets more and more resources, like a hit point pool or like literally like a spell point pool that it spends to make ability checks with growing advantages. With a growing, like the more resources you spend, the larger your proficiency die gets as you gain ranks. So you can spend more to get a higher result, to have better results from your die roll reflected in the results that you can produce. But if you fail that die roll, it's not that you can't achieve the goal, it's that your Bastion can't do it on its own with the resources that you've allocated to it. So it needs more. So if you have more points to devote to it, you could then chip in more resources to achieve that thing. And now you can't do as much with your Bastion. So time for your team to go adventuring, pursuing whatever campaign goals you have. But if you have these things that you're trying to achieve with your Bastion and you don't have the resources to be able to resolve it, then you can opt in for that to be your current adventure. And when you resolve that, the Bastion is able to do what you issued the order to do, and you place your campaign goals on hold for a moment while you resolve that. Excuse me. So right now, we're looking at resolving. When we were here last time, we pulled apart the different options, the different types of. Let's see if we have it. Oh no, it's not in here. Hold on, let me go fish. LTA guild activities. No, that's not the. I need to go fish. Let's go to here, and then let's go to the in command folder, into vehicles, into. Oh wait, did I make my own folder for that already? Bastion campaign. There we go. And DMG facilities and orders. There we go. So when we were here last time, we broke apart the. Oh wait, it should be in here. I'm trying to find the thing that we worked on last time. Give me a second. I don't remember specifically where we put it. I have to go find it. Should be up here before facilities, right? There we go. This is what we were working on, and this was at the beginning of the issuing orders. So we have the different type of orders that can be issued, and then we got into item creation, because that is alphabetically the first thing that we have to clarify. So Bastions can be issued orders to create magical and non-magical items for characters to use while adventuring. This is different from creating items to sell for profit. That is resolved through maintaining a lifestyle for your Bastion, as detailed below. While the Bastion can potentially stockpile or mass produce any type of item given enough time and resources, Dungeons & Dragons is not intended to simulate world economies. So anything that can be produced by the Bastion is simply narrative for how the Bastion maintains the lifestyle for the characters and hirelings that are part of the Bastion. So, and then we'll go with character commissions. Let's see. Manufacturing. I'm just calling these out as like the differences in ideas, right? Because your Bastion is just basically manufacturing stuff to sell to be able to generate wealth, to keep the shop, to pay the taxes, to keep the place equipped, the storehouse if you decide to invest additional resources, to have a storehouse that's always stockpiled with the shit that you need. That's pulled into the concept of maintaining your lifestyle. And that's just to make sure that just the flow of business and commerce has remained steady enough for you to be able to generate an income for all the people that are involved in making your Bastion work, and to keep the Bastion and the facilities within under good repair. That all just gets disintegrated down into just a single ability check. That it's basically a wealth. It's basically a wealth check, like from 3rd edition D20 Modern. They would have, instead of having gold or like carrying like gold pieces or whatever, you would have a line. Basically, you'd have wealth, and it was a die roll. And so anything that you wanted had a difficulty check. And if you could hit that number, that means that you can afford it right now. You don't even have to question it. But every time you do that, it fatigues the die roll. So you get a stacking basically like an exhaustion, because you're exhausting your bank account. You had a stacking exhaustion mechanic that would force your die roll to become lower and lower and lower. So you can't just keep buying big ticket items unless you roll really well and you got lucky. Otherwise, you can't hit that mark, so that thing isn't available to you. You have to find another way of doing whatever it is that purchase was supposed to do for you. In the same sense, the Bastion system kind of works like that, but instead it just establishes what kind of a lifestyle are you maintaining, because lifestyles are a thing about like being safe, being able to sleep well. If you have a squalid condition, like if you're sleeping in a tent in the city in an alley somewhere, you can literally be attacked at any time. So you can't guarantee long rest, being able to get you your healing that you need. You have to get a room somewhere that you can lock the door and sleep safely. For example. And as you stack up the higher ranked stuff that you can build, some like being able to maintain a different type of army, for example, requires that you maintain different levels of lifestyle. So you have to invest points to be able to get there. Plus, there's the narrative of how much of your expenses are going into a lavish lifestyle, or are you living Spartan so that you can have a more efficient production team. Those things it's just a narrative, but it leans into like what kind of a Bastion, what kind of organization is it that you're operating. So fun stuff there. So we know what we need to do. One of the things that we need to do, and if I want to switch gears, we'll come back and do it. That is facilities and orders. So we came to the conclusion last time, here are the 10 different facilities that are directly involved in either crafting, empowering, or harvesting stuff to create items, whether magical or non-magical, consumable or permanent. And so what like the armory can craft and empower. And here's the list of stuff that they give us specifically that, for example, that can be empowered. So, but then we see like there's spots here and there what stuff can and can't do. What our goal then is to take every item in the player's handbook, all the weapons, all of the armor, implements, ammunitions, adventuring gear, vehicles, animals, everything that has a price tag, siege weapons, everything that has a price tag in the player's handbook, we're going to divide into these 10 facilities. So, and we already have we already have all the information from all of the, I'm going to pull this document out into its own tab. There we go. Now we have the Bastion mechanics here, and we already know, like, for example, that the workshop can produce these tools, right? So that's covering, like, there you go. So we will make a table here, and we have the, what is this, the smithy? No, workshop. So in the workshop here, we know we're going to drop in like all the artisan tools. So we'll just list those all out. I probably won't be doing that here on screen. Maybe I will if I get bored and I just want to switch gears but don't want to end streaming yet. Maybe we'll do that for a while. But ultimately, we're going to take everything that's in the player's handbook and we're going to drop it into which of these facilities can you make that thing in. So if you want to make a thing, you can look at the list of stuff that it has, and if you have that facility, then you can make that thing. If you can hit the die roll, if you can hit the DC for what it is, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, depending on how impossible of a task it is to produce that thing that you want. So we can have an itemized list of everything with the DCs that you need to hit it and what rank of an organization is required. Like you can't you can't make a spell jamming ship if you unless you're a third rank, unless you have a third rank Bastion that can both create magic items and be able to produce boats. So then sure, yeah, you can make Spelljammers from scratch and have your own space dock, and that could be a settlement that you can develop as part of your Bastion. So that's the idea there anyway. So we're gonna break all that down, and so these are facilities, and they don't the act of creating things is either the craft order, the empower order, or the harvest order. Those are basically the three orders that you give to create literally anything that is in the player's handbook or in the DMG with magic items. You look at is an item over here, would I need the harvest or the empower or the craft action to create it, order to create it? And if so, which facilities can provide the skill sets, resources, and equipment to produce the item that you want? And if it corresponds in the proper facility and you have that facility, there you go. If you don't have that facility, you are ill-equipped to be able to create it yourself. So you're going to want to then trade to get access to that, or invest in time and resources to have a facility that allows you to do that. So let's see. So I'm taking a moment here to think things through. I think the proper way. So you have to have craft. Like for example, if I want to make armor, if I want to make magical armor, I need to be proficient in crafting, which is your Bastion gains proficiencies. Every time you gain a rank, you gain additional proficiencies in each of the orders. So I need to have. I don't have to have proficiency to attempt to do something, but I can only spend resources on proficiency dice if I am proficient with it. So if I'm not proficient with craft and I'm a third rank Bastion, the only die roll I get is D20 plus 3, and the armor may have like a DC 30, so I only have a plus 3 to my die roll to hit a 30. As opposed to as a third rank Bastion, I can spend 3 points to roll a D8, and I could spend 3 more points to roll 2D8 and take the best result. So I could have to a plus 8 bonus on my die roll to hit a DC 20 to make that magic armor. That's right. So the empower action, you are required to have the proper materials, which you gain through either trade or harvesting, or and maintaining a storehouse, so that if you maintain a storehouse, you're guaranteed to have the material. If it's a third rank piece of armor, like a rare set of armor that you're trying to create, if you have a third rank storehouse, third rank equals rare magic items. So if you maintain a storehouse for crafting, you will automatically have the material that you need to be able to do so. If you don't, then you need to make a roll to see if you fail the die roll, it's because you don't have the resources that you don't have the materials that you need. You have to find a way to get those materials. It could be like you don't have the magic formula that you need, or like you need this exotic material, like you need the feathers of a griffin or something. So then you have to go off and you have to go do this thing, and that becomes your character's adventure. Or you're lacking the material. I don't want to make the adventure. Okay, well, you don't have pure enough iron, or you don't have enough misium for you to be able to create this magic item, and you need to trade to get some more. So now you have to invest. You now have to invest either in order, resources, or both into rolling to get to make a trade roll, a trade check to see if you can get the resources from your connections in the community that will be able to get you that material. And if that fails, it becomes a further delay. Now you have to reach out further, and you've blown your turn. So now you have to wait to your next Bastion turn to try again. So that's generally how it rolls, stuff like that. So ultimately, we're going to want to break this up into different facilities, and then we have the special facilities. The teleportation chamber and the demi plane, the war room, stuff like that. Those all have their own like special, like if you permanently invest resources into these facilities, they produce these results. They give you these things. So of all the different, let me go up here to, there you go, facilities. Of all these facilities that exist, 10 of them are designed around crafting specifically. Otherwise, the rest of them are just basically like perks, kind of like feats or like class features that you get to add to your bastions, so that like subclasses indeed, like you have your class and then you have your subclass. The class generally tells you how your character works, and then the subclass adds additional or exceptions to the rules, or modifies what your character class would otherwise do. So the way that we've rebuilt the facilities is they're either used to perform when you issue orders, you issue them to these facilities that can carry out those orders, or you permanently invest resources into sustaining these things. To like the demi plane lets you speed up time so you can like make magic items more quickly. Fantastic benefit. If you have a legendary magic item, it takes a year to build. If you put it in a demi plane, which is a 5th rank thing, like roughly you have to be 17th level to have that thing, which tracks with the 9th level spell that it came from. Then instead of a year, it only takes 1 season, like 3 months. If an artificer is creating that legendary magic item in the demi plane, you can knock it down from a season down to a week. So in a 4th tier campaign, level 17 plus, if you have your Bastion built correctly with specific types of characters, we know the artificer is easiest, but we can also add in like class features to allow each class to have the ability to expedite different types of equipment. Just like the artificer can expedite any equipment that they have plans for, they're the generalist. But like a cleric can do that for anything that uses a divine spell to produce, like beads of prayer or whatever. Like a cleric that's involved in the production of those items could knock it down by 1 degree of time. And if you're using a demi plane in the top tier play, it gets knocked down 2. So like you could get like beads of force in a day, which is the kind of thing that you want to be able to do at 17th level. Hey, we need to take out this big bad, and we think that we need to use this type of a magic item. Let's go back home and take a week to craft a bunch of gear that's going to be specialized against this foe that we need to take out. And that's how you can close out a high-end campaign that's been building grudges with NPCs for the first 16 levels of the game. This is how you run a D20 campaign. The last 4 levels is settling the score with all the loose ends that are left over in your plot lines that you get to just tie off in a nice bow of basically just taking charge as emerging gods in the world. Because that's how that's the ultimate D&D power play. You get to switch the tables on people that have been giving you grief and deciding how they should be able to take it. Hey, I gotta. Nope. had a call coming in, but I know what the call was for, so I'm going to kick it to voicemail. So there's like 30 some odd different type of bastions here. Facilities, 10 of them are used directly for creating items. And there's no limit to how many facilities you can have, but when you're when you start small, you're only going to have a couple things. You're going to have like a limited palette of things that your bastion can legitimately just create easily. And then from there, as you expand, you can continue to expand your repertoire of things that you can easily construct so that you can make them available to your characters in the game at the DM's discretion. It's like, hey, we should be able to build these things. Is that something you're going to allow us to do in the game? And if the DM thinks that being able to build those things is going to lean into the narrative and style and type of challenges that they want for the next adventure, yes, it is. So you go ahead and build the thing, and there you go. Otherwise, it's like, that's not really how I want to have the campaign flow. Let's make these items available for you to build, and then you can have access to those things. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, Domo, what's going on, my guy? Don't forget to set my timer. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that, Domo. But yeah, that's the quick skinny of it. Of the 10 facilities that we've identified as being facilities that can actually create items, we're going to ultimately divide up the entire player handbook amongst these 10 things. And we'll make a spreadsheet out of it. Like, if anyone that's picked up the color mana system that I have, if you look in the zip folder, there's an Excel spreadsheet that's editable. It's not locked. You can manipulate it however you want, add, destroy, rearrange, whatever. But that's for the color mana system. So it has all the colors, the durations that are like the simplified durations, as well as each color that they're naturally devoted to, as well as a syllabus about like what type of damage and aspects of magic are associated with each color, so that you can set those rules on the fly for whatever campaign you're running and rearrange the color of spells. If you want to have like a custom spell book, you can grab the spells off that list and then scuttle what colors they're represented as. Like a white wizard may have spent a ton of time studying red magic and translated all of the red spells into white mana spells. So when you get a spell book, it's just full of white mana solutions, the spells that you want. So that gives your white wizard character a big spell bonus boost, giving them easy access to spells that they would have had to have eventually dug through time, using perhaps a Bastion to help them research it over time, like an Azorius, like the Bastion that your Azorius Senate character gets in a Ravnica campaign, gives you access to the research Bastion, so that you can just have them running spells in the background for you. So each week they can feed a new spell off of your existing spell list. You slowly have all the spells on your spell list converted to white blue magic, so that your mana pool becomes more efficient as you gain levels. And since it's the Azorius Senate, they have all magic in the world categorized. It's just a matter of what's your renown in the Azorius Senate that determines what level of magic you have access to in the library. So as you ascend in importance as a guild mage in the Ravnica setting of D&D, your renown score naturally rises along with your level rising, which gives you access to higher spell levels. So as a warlock guild mage that's devoted to, whose warlock patron is the Azorius Senate, one of the perks you get as being that you're a patron, you just naturally get access to this background running algorithm of researchers that are just cracking out spells that you should have access to. And so like I just said, over time, your entire mana pool gets boiled down to only like everything you could possibly ever need is either going to be white, blue, or both. And so that's like a really great way of being able to marry a spell point system, the Bastion system, and the Ravnica setting specifically, with Warlock characters in particular, to use these different points to be able to make a very specific narrative that it just explains how you got your spell selection. Yeah, it's because you could just play with universal spell points and just say that your character, you spend 2 points and you say you cast this white blue spell, and that's good enough too. But if you really want to get crunchy with it, you can. Or what you can do is you can think about and narrate how crunchy that is, but just use universal spell points or spell slots anyway. But the mechanics are put in place that explains why did I spend a third level spell slot instead of a whatever. It's like, well, it's a third level spell slot because I spent 3 points of mana to cast that fireball. And since I'm a white wizard who has access to the spell through my research as a white spell, when I throw the spell, I describe it in a very Azorius Synod sort of way. And that's the benefit that you have, but that's all the Ludo narrative that goes into it. Or you can get like ultra crunchy, where you can't have that fireball at all until you, on a fact, have it on your character sheet. This is a white spell for you. And once you have that, now you can start throwing it around with that white mana. But you have to jump through all those hoops to get it there. So if you want to make Magic have consequences in a slow grind in a long win campaign where downtime activity means something, you add more crunch to your mechanics so that the decisions that you make have more impact on what inventory your character can have. And that's another example of how you can shift gears. Just by shifting the narrative and adding a mechanic to that narrative, you can shift the tone or the depth of how your campaign operates. That's how good of an engine 5e is, which is why I enjoy creating in 5e, especially for IPs that I'm familiar with, because you can just add that level of crunch. So a general mechanical system like this Bastion system allows us to build a baseline how reality, like how society operates as ability checks. And then you get to see how your characters kind of interface with those ability checks to be able to ramp their own efforts or to create additional resources through the magic items, equipment, vehicles, manpower, or information that they can gather from their Bastion as background activity while they're out adventuring and jumping off of buildings and blowing things up and stuff. So that's the idea. So we will eventually melt through all that stuff. The rest of the facilities are being boiled down to like if you have like the storehouse. If you have the storehouse, however many points of you invest in maintaining a storehouse is the rank of material that you automatically have when you try to create like a rare magic item, third rank item. If you have a storehouse that you've invested 3 resources into permanently, you will never have to worry about whether or not you have those resources. If you don't have those points invested, if you fail the die roll, one of the complications could be that you don't have the materials that you need to create this item. You now have to go out on a quest to find out how to do that. So that brings us to today's task. Today's task is breaking down actions, consequences, complications. And I have no idea how smooth or easy this is gonna flow, but it's the next task on our list. Again, I could do if I get stuck and I need to retreat from the path of logic for me to find higher ground, I might backslide to just trawling the player's handbook and starting to divide gear up into different bastions up the page. That would be me emotionally or mentally retreating from the project while attempting to continue invest time in getting it completed. I do stuff like that with the Eberron adventure that I work on off stream, because I don't work on any of these projects off stream except for the Eberron, because it's my primary project. So once the Eberron adventure is finished, I get to choose a new book. Of all the stuff that we've been messing around with, I get to choose what's the next book that becomes my primary project that we then get to work off screen and on screen in the morning, Monday through Fridays. And then whatever books remain, they eat up this design lunch and design evening time that I use. So it's a thick, heavy conveyor belt of concepts being driven and ground into creation. And I'm still learning how that pipeline works inside of me. So every book that I build teaches me a little bit more about how my workflow process works and what can I do to go from, as I say, ideation to publication. How can I help smooth that pipeline so that I can be able to create these ideas and get them out more efficiently for people? And I'm hoping and praying that I'm going to see answers or hints or clues on which path I should head in that in 2025, so that when maybe I'm done producing all these 5e books in perhaps 2026, I can then full shift gear into doing stuff outside of the DMs Guild onto onto my Patreon, ttrpg, Kickstarter projects, working in an open license, BECME style D20 light system that I've talked about before. That's what I'm praying I head to. But I still love all the books that I'm working on right now for 5e, and the ideas are just too fun. So I want to build them, and I want to like be able to close the loop on all these things that I've been playing with, for me to be able to have a clean emotional break. That because these have all been bucket list things that I've been dreaming of since the campaign settings came out in when I was 16 years old back in the 80s. Spelljammer, or in the 90s, like Spelljammer, Planescape, and now the MTG stuff, which I've been playing since 93. It's to be able to create content with that, and to be able to have a system that's so mechanically rewarding to design inside of, with these IPs that I'm absolutely in love with. This is basically just a really long love song to what D&D has been and what it's evolved into, and an opportunity for me to basically fulfill that dream of being able to create this kind of content and have it be out there for people to enjoy. Since I was 16, I've been making ship maps and systems and demi-planes and ethereal citadels and all that stuff, and it's just all kind of my stuff. And if you're in my campaign, maybe you liked it or not, but no one else ever got to see it. Being able to do these things, the skills that I've acquired over the past 3 or 4 decades, it's allowed me to get into a place where I can actually visualize and share these ideas with people. And 5e is by far just the best game engine I could ever want to be able to do that with these specific IPs, with Spelljammer specifically, with Eberron specifically, with Magic the Gathering specifically. But doing all of that, it's and all the testing and all the deep design work and like how mechanics work, and the time I've spent in DMing myself and playing over the decades of seeing like what works and doesn't work, I'm really excited about the D20 light system I'm going to be bringing out, because it is such an improvisation and like free form creative adventuring style that just absolutely connects with any other kind of D20. It's just such a condensed, refined game system that is just a die roll, and there you go. It's good. I'm really excited about it. The campaign has been fantastic, and so I'm gushing appreciation here to the universe of putting me in this time space to be the one that gets to enjoy the experience of producing it. I love reading a good book because it's a great ride. I'm beginning to understand how euphoric it must be for the author of a fun book, of being able to have the fun of creating that book and putting it out there, and for other people to get the emotion to go on that ride with you and to enjoy it. And we're building engines here, man. We're building little dune buggies, sand rails. We're kit bashing sand rails to kick around inside of your sandbox. So I just fucking love that. Sorry, I'm geeking out a little bit. So let's see. So if we're looking, so we already broke down what all the different Bastion events are, and for some reason these all look very bold. I don't know if it's the font that we used or what. These appear to be very, very dark. But so these were all of the different Bastion events that exist inside the game here, which we scroll down to Bastion events. Here's the different Bastion events that they had, and here's the brief description that they provided for each of them, which we then took here and started to translate into each of the results that you could have. Here we broke down here categorically, and now we're starting to riff off of if it was the result was like there's a criminal hireling, riff off of that. These were the 3 ideas that I was able to come up with in the time it took for me to scroll from criminal hireling and reorient myself to extraordinary opportunity. So these are the 3 ideas that we riffed out in a minute, and they drop down here. What I want to do is reorganize these based on the orders. There's 7 orders: the crafting, harvesting, maintaining, research, recruit, trade, and I miss empower. There was a 7 and empower. Those are the 7 orders that exist. And I think the next natural step is if you are performing a task, that die roll is going to be when you issue an order to your Bastion, that order is going to fit into one of those 7 types of orders. So when you make the die roll, if you fail the roll, you've hit a complication that's preventing you from completing that order. And so look to the complications table, and depending on what type of an order it was that was issued, I would hope to have a unique table of complications that resonate with that specific type of order, like crafting complications. What kind of complications could possibly come up in the order of trying to make something? Work injuries, missing resources, underfunded, corruption, stealing from work, labor strike. Like these are different ideas, and maybe each complication could be associated with a different type of order. So like if there's a labor strike, you now have a recruiting issue. So now if you're proficient in recruiting, you could invest resources into re-rolling dice with your recruiting skill to try to overcome that labor dispute, so that everybody gets back to work and you finish the project in that time frame with with having resolved the complication. If your team isn't proficient in that skill, perhaps that then becomes something that the players are then required to take on as a personal mission. We need to find out what's going on with this guild dispute. Maybe it's not that they're like on strike. Maybe they're so afraid of the poltergeist that they keep saying is haunting the shipyard that they just simply cannot go on attempting to work there. There's been 3 deaths this week. So like they're on strike until you get rid of the poltergeist. That then becomes a 7th level adventure for your characters to go into the shipyard. You can now build a map for your shipyard, and the players can build the map themselves and hand it to you, and then you as the DM can decide where the poltergeist is hitting people and where people have died on that map, and that becomes an investigation for you to roll through, potentially using like a spy network or something as resources from your Bastion to have your facilities hire people or people volunteering to try to lure out the poltergeist for your team to come in and try to ambush, for example. So that becomes like a unique location-based adventure that makes that shipyard owned by the players. Like, I now own this shipyard, and you can refer to it in the future. So like you're not threatening the facility, you're threatening the operation of the facility, and that's different. Because you aren't taking the guild away from them because they failed a crafting die roll, right? They aren't losing their home because of it. That would be you consistently failing at maintaining any kind of a lifestyle, and then you're making every time you can't maintain at least a poor lifestyle in your guild, it's basically a death saving throw with a DC is 10 or above. DC 10 is a poor lifestyle. So whenever you make every cycle, you have to every Bastion turn you have to make a proficient. You have to make a maintain check to maintain the lifestyle. And again, if you roll below 10 3 times before you roll above 10 3 times. So like as soon as you roll below D10, you're on death saving throws. And if you roll 2 more of those before you roll 3 at 10 or higher, you've bankrupted your Bastion. And you could dump resource points into boosting that result. If you get to like a comfortable standard of living, you could like invest points to permanently lock that in for a year. So you don't have to make die rolls anymore. You've stabilized your income, so you don't have to make the die rolls anymore, but it's tied up your resources to have that benefit. So there's fun ways you can trick around the system and play with that by using the points and spending them in different ways, which are all like kind of like how the Sentinel feat. It's like, hey, if you get an attack of opportunity, if you hit that guy, you can choose to make them not move anymore this turn if you want. These facilities that we're talking about are basically feats that let you do things like that take the mana system, and then these facilities let you cheat the mana system so that you can either do it more quickly, more efficiently, more effectively, or sooner than you're supposed to be able to do it, or do it more often than you would otherwise be able to do it. Stuff like that. So just ways of being able to pull the levers and spin the dials to do different stuff. So what we want to do is, I think I want to grab this stack here. I'm just going to grab all of it. I'm going to copy. And I'm going to pop open a new notepad. Hey, what's up? My bank account's being on Me too, man. When I was in college, there would be weeks with a $20 bill in my pocket, and it's like, as soon as I break this $20 bill, I'm going to end up being broke like the next day. So what can I do to avoid having to crack this 20? Like that's how hard I ground when I was 20. I lived in a fucking tree for a little while in college. There was a few days when I was between apartments. Like one contract had ended, and another one technically wouldn't let me in for the week. So I ended up sleeping on this spruce tree on Mizzou campus in Missouri. It was great. It was great. I had all my stuff in storage, so I was either going to crash on a couch somewhere or just squat. So I just decided to sleep in a tree for a week. It was fun. But it was only fun because I knew it had an end. I was basically a tourist. I quickly realized how horrible life was. I was like, I need to borrow a shower. So I would just wait till a door would open on a dorm, and then and just slide into the dorm, and then just hit the showers because they always had public showers. So just hit the showers, clean myself up, just use whatever's laying around to be able to take advantage of it, and then just ditch back out again. So why street sage? Yeah, no kidding. Spruces are like giant ladders. If you've ever seen a spruce tree, they're just big fucking ladders. It's just, you just climb right up in them. They're so easy. Okay, so we peeled this out here so we could just preserve this set, but I also want to be able to. We're gonna keep these Bastion events broken up as they are right here, and I think what I want to do is let's take the seven orders. So craft and empower. Maintain, recruit, research, trade. Is that all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What am I missing? Harvest. So I'm going to take this and drop it down. Some space. Okay, so when you order an issue, when you issue an order, that order is going to use one of these 7 orders, and your guild gains proficiency in these orders. If they're proficient in a specific order that's being issued, you have the ability to invest resources into gaining a die roll that makes that result easier, whatever the DC is, easier to achieve. And so whether you're proficient in it or not, it doesn't really matter. The order is issued as one of these 7 orders. So when you fail, if you succeed, congratulations, carry on. When you fail, it creates a complication. So we're going to peel apart this book, or this list that we have here, and we're going to break it apart, and we're going to drop them into which of these they're appropriate for. So and when this is empty, when we've emptied out this list, we'll be able to see what kind of a die would we roll for each of them. Like if we end up like 6 things on crafting, then great, that's a D6. If you have a complication, roll a D6 on the crafting complications and compare what it is that you got. But if there's like only 3 things for empower, I don't want to have a D3. I could be fine with a D4, but that means we need to get creative about finding an additional complication that would make sense for empowerment that we didn't think of already, which is the fun of design. So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to slowly peel this apart, and once we do, and we have the lists balanced, or maybe while we're doing that, we can think about like what is the mechanics or adventure opportunity that's attached to each of them. You want to have a passive solution that I can either make an additional order as an additional die roll, or I can just invest points to basically buy off what the problem is and make it go away. That's one passive option if my team doesn't want to be involved in resolving that complication. And then if the team does want to be involved in resolving that complication, what are some obvious examples that we can offer as to what type of an adventure would be themed around that complication, and maybe even offer an example at each tier. So depending on where you're at with this crafting check, and this is the complications, we'd have a series of examples of each tier of like, if like level 1 to 4, 5 to 9, up to 17 to 20. So we'll have not the tier, but like the 5 ranks, your corresponding renown, what kind of complications should your characters be thinking about at that level of play that will be fun and progressive for them to utilize the system with. So that's the goal. And so that's going to be a lot of charts and tables when we actually build the thing. But the cool thing about charts and tables is they're visually stimulating, so they eat up a lot of creative space inside of the document. So I don't have to lift so heavy to make a whole bunch of tables and not have them be visually stimulating. So that lessens my artwork to just doing filigree on those pages if I wish. And it highly structures imagination, so that if you aren't adept in improvising, you'll have these random tables to fall back on to help generate the adventure for you, which kind of leans into the plot hook generator system that we use to create the Eberron adventures that I'm publishing. So it all kind of folds together, doesn't it? I've been building a curriculum of game design for myself to I guess graduate into being a real business of designers. But all right, so there's that. I think what would I do? Do I want to okay, let's see. Let's define quickly what crafting generally is. Create non-magical items. And then empower is create magical items. Create non-magical items. Maintain is what's the right word I want to say? House. Running a business. Running your Bastion. That's a horrible way of wording it, but it's like the background radiation of like, what's the butler doing right now? You know, that kind of stuff. Housekeeping. That's it. Running your Bastion. Maintenance. Repair. Running. Repair. Operations of your Bastion. And then recruit is hiring and retaining personnel, sentient personnel. Research is discovering new information, just generally speaking, whether through a spy network or researching a tome, asking a sage, or casting contact other plane or legend lore. It's all just research. It's just discovering information. Trade is, let's see, gaining material, gathering material for craft. item creation. Create non-magical items, comma, gather, self-provide, produce materials needed for item creation. Produce materials needed for item creation. Gather material for item creation. That is the difference there. Okay, here's a quick debate that I have with myself. We currently have item creation framed as basically the three acts: harvesting, crafting, and empowering. But if you really want to be critical, it could just be crafting and empowering. You could craft a cake; it'd be called baking. You could craft a poison. It would be just chemistry or whatever. And then that would mean that harvesting would only have one task. It would only have one theme, which would be produce materials needed for item creation. So the way that the bastions are currently set up, like the greenhouse, it's creating and it's producing material and then using those materials produced to create specific items. And it does it all as part of the same idea. So the idea of I produce the material and then convert it into this thing once per week. And that's all of it. There is no difference between gathering material and then processing the specific things that material would be used to create. It's the same thing to them. Just to simplify the bookkeeping, that's how they do it. Now, having said that, I'm only, again, we've talked about this. There's three gears in 5th edition D&D, as there was in 3rd edition and 4th edition, basically. Any D20 game basically has 3 gears, which is combat with high action economy, ability checks that are single die roll resolutions, generally, and social interaction, which requires no die roll at all to resolve. It's strictly just a conversation in or out of character, typically in character, between NPCs and players or the DM. So the Bastion system as presented here is the social interaction gear of Bastion. Something like, say, MCDM's Kingdoms and Stronghold Builders is very close to the combat gear without even taking their mass combat system into account. Just the way that Bastions run, it has a higher degree of fidelity than just simply an ability check. So that would be an example of a higher gear, or like a combat gear of gameplay, where this system is strictly sitting inside of the ability check system. So we take that action of producing the material and then converting it into specific items. That's the interaction level of the Bastion. We then break up the action economy of that statement into producing material and then creating an item from it. And technically, crafting and empowering are basically what you do. You're either making a magical item or a non-magical item. It's binary. And of the non-magical items, there's either consumable or permanent magic items. So I'm starting to think that maybe we decouple. This is a tangent. I'm sorry. But as we go through, can you see how that works? When we take the next logical step and where a system, like we build the mechanics, like this is how the system can work. And now we're starting to apply consequences and complications to how that mechanic, when it fails, what's the fallout from that? And in that simple process of just starting to explore what are the ramifications of failing, it makes us step back into, well, what is the actual process of performing the task? That has us questioning, should harvest remain as a creation order, or should it strictly be a resource gathering order? So, because we didn't have a deep enough understanding of how we're defining orders in this ability check system for us to be able to properly resolve consequences. Immediate feedback just by going through the logical path of performing the actions. So, hey, what's up? If there are buildings that are purely for gathering resources, it makes sense to keep it. But perhaps I don't mean like a building or a facility. I mean specifically the act of harvesting. Should we label the act of harvesting to mean I am creating items that are like plant-based or animal-based specifically, while crafting is generally creating things that are non like mineral as well as animal and plant-based. You're crafting things there. Harvesting specifically is a subflavor of crafting where it's only dealing with things that you grow to be able to harvest. And framing it that way makes me think that the idea, like for the greenhouse and the garden, for instance, that would be the narrative behind, I always have the material I need on hand to be able to brew this type of poison and to make these type of potions and to have like the material I need to make padded armor or whatever. Like just having a garden guarantees I have that. It happens my garden is 500 acres, but it's still technically a garden. So that just happens to be a 4th rank garden that spans multiple miles because has my garden grown. So, but and then at the same hand, a greenhouse that's like specifically farming mushrooms, right? A 4th rank mushroom garden could be like an entire underground complex, like a Minzo Baranzan, a drow city, where they have acres devoted to growing mushrooms that they can then eat or use for divine ceremonies. So like that's a major commodity that they operate in. That's where like a lot of their food stuff comes from. So that makes sense that they would do it, and they use it for magical components. It's like that's a massive scale operation, but it's still essentially just a greenhouse. Does that make sense? Yeah. And it simplifies it to be A or B, or both A and B, and that gives us a little. I think you're right. That way, I don't have to balance between the three. Oh man, this is like a really big shift. That's as big of a paradigm shift in this as was generating mana through action economy in the martial power system. Yeah. So that means that trade and harvest are the two ways that you can gather materials, and crafting and empower are the two ways you can process those materials into items that your characters can use, which is commissioning. We have the difference between manufacturing, which is just we create these things and we sell them all the time. It's just part of doing business to maintain our bastion. And then there's but the owners of the facility can commission us to pull some of our resources aside and build them a special hammer anytime that they want. They run the place. They can just grab some smiths and say, hey, this is our project now. And you say, yes, boss. And then you get to work. So that's how that narrative works. So yes, simplifying that to crafting and power. Thank you. Yes. So let's go back up here. Let's correct our world. Since we have the item list here, since this is red hot in our mind right now. Yeah, this is all, literally every one of these. If we're converting harvesting into crafting, literally every one of these facilities can be used to both create magical and non-magical items. That feels so good. That feels so natural. So we can drop that off altogether. We no longer have to worry about it's either crafting non-magical items or it's empowering magical items. And crafting is nothing to sneeze at. Like that's ships, like any kind of ship you want to build, like for Spelljammer, only the helm is magical. So you build a mundane ship and then you strap a helm to it. Like that's how you make Spelljammer. So all the vehicles that you would want, all the structures that you would build, all the items that you need to be able to empower in the first place. Otherwise, you need to perform trade to purchase like armor to then empower. If you can craft the armor and empower it, you can do it at the same facility. If you're that makes so much sense. If I want to empower the armor, I should be able to make it here. So if I want to make armor, I have an armory that's going to let me build the armor, and while I'm building it, I can empower it. And that just automatically becomes part of the production process. Like making mundane objects is easier / faster than the empowered version of it, but the process is the same. It's just non-magical, easy peasy. If you're ever commissioning, and you would only ever like commission a magic item, you don't mass produce magic items to sell. If you do, you don't you just make it part of your maintain lifestyle die roll, a single die roll every turn. It's done. Or season or year, depending on what rank of a bastion you have at that point. The larger your bastion, the larger your organization, the more stable it is. So the longer it takes for you to evolve or change your lifestyle. So what's a weekly fight for a first rank bastion just to stay afloat? A fifth rank bastion doesn't have to worry about for a year at a time. Like, yeah, our annual budget this year has been set at X. We expect to exceed that by 15%, but the markets could turn bear and we might go down. So in an attempt to prevent that, we're going to invest 6 resources this year towards maintaining a wealthy lifestyle for everyone that's invested with it. Stuff like that. Like that's the way that you can kind of convert any kind of world politics, trade market system, any kind of capitalism that you want into a very simple ability check system, which we'll be expanding on and diving deeper into in the Kickstarter stuff that I start doing in 2026. So yeah, we've just resolved all of that. So now all we have is facilities. Each facility is capable of crafting magical and non-magical items corresponding to the list of items that are listed on the table below. This just made life so much easier. And now officially each order in the system has only one thing that it does. And that drastically simplifies what we need to do, since everything's going to basically be the same theme off of those orders. The complications table should be able to remain consistent, changing flavor based on what the task was that became complicated. So, and again, the idea is that I would like to have a D6 table, 6 complications for each order that you could issue, and each one of those complications requires a different order to resolve. So if you have a crafting complication, it will require anything other than crafting to resolve. Whether it's an additional order that you have to invest additional points into, thus making your bastion less efficient to operate, or you keep your points freed up and you make it your character's objective, their mission of the week in your episodic campaign to resolve that issue. So that is the intention. By God, man, Domo, we are buttoning this thing up. This is getting to be a really tight, efficient ability check system. And this is, we'll build a tracking sheet. This is one of the reasons why I dog WotC so much. Because I'm just a guy. I'm a guy. They ignore my applications. And at this point, I don't know if I'd want to work with them or not. But the point is that it's just me. I'm the guy that's building these things, and this is a perfectly functioning, in-depth ability check system that adds a massive level of depth to the exploration system. But I'm not bound by corporate structure and budget caps. I can afford to spend 1.5 years on my own developing this. WotC depends on people like me to be able to push the envelope of what the 5e game engine does, because they're so heavy. Like in a Path of Exile example, people like me are the thousands of slaves on a rope that are dragging the caravan of traders from one community to another. We're the ones that are getting whipped on the front. We're the ones that are sweating. And this giant lumbering beast that's being dragged by us forward through time and game development is what WotC is. So, it took them 10 years to figure out that, having some sort of a cantrip system for fighters makes fighters feel better. That's basically them saying, oh, people really want to have some sort of maneuver system built into their fighter combat. We should fulfill that. And it took them 10 years to get there, but they did. Because there was so much push, so many of us towing the line, dragging them forward, that eventually they caught up to that very basic idea of marshals need more stuff to do. So they gave them more stuff to do. It's not that they're dumb or they're bad. It's just that they don't have the resources and the maneuverability to be able to take risks like that and not be completely accurate, because the amount of resources they sink into it before they have to cut their line. So it sucks when something you love becomes massive and overly corporate because it loses its ability to express cool ideas for the sake of just doing cool ideas. They don't have that flexibility or that sort of grace of folly, where us independent guys that are just building stuff because we're in love with the idea of building them, they use us as like couture designers that are like the early edge of where their game design may go. If these ideas prove to be popular across a wide enough spectrum of people, whether it's my design or somebody else's design, but that general theme of lean into more like skill checks or like skill challenges or ability checks for doing different things, they will lean further into that in future iterations. If they see that there's value in doing that from an overall market perspective. So they have height and breadth of vision and have the responsibility of making very, very vanilla white bread decisions about where to advance the game. Very neutral, very uninspired by nature. Just because they have to have a machine that can cater to so many different flavors of play, it has to work across the broadest of spectrums. It's like that grimdark stuff, like them putting campaign settings on D&D Beyond is basically them saying, we built this universal game engine that can do anything. Here's examples of what people that have proven to be popular are doing with that game engine that you can consider too. And I really love that that's happening, and I would love to be that guy myself in the future, but I probably won't be. So I'm just going to grind it out on the DMs Guild and then get into Kickstarters, because that might be the path, but I mean, who knows? Anyway. Hey, Nightmare, what's going on, my guy? Yes. We had to cancel because we only had 2 people. So we'll just go ahead and let it slide by. Maybe we'll pick up some more playtesters and we'll be able to stabilize more. But I mean, honestly, when there's 3 or 4 of you guys, I think it's really good time spent. Nightmare is one of my playtesters in the Martial Powers Mega Dungeon playtesting that we're doing right now. The 3rd level right now, and they're pushing their way through the 2nd zone into the 3rd zone, and I'm really looking forward to the next set play. I love Mega Dungeons. I just gush over them. They're so fun to build. And the amount of, like I was talking about this morning, the amount of just narrative improvisation space that exists inside of dungeons is so fun as a DM to just create, like to fill in the details, like to have a rough idea of what everything is, but just like don't sweat the details till the moment. And like that pressure cooker of I have to have an answer right now, like spits out an idea, and then that like creates a cascade of like 30 other narrative ideas that I get to put on the walls and the murals on the floor and the dead bodies that are laying around. Like all the little flavor shit that I'm telling you are like little ideas that are filtering into place as we're breathing life into the dungeon through our turns of exploration. It's and a lot of times, legitimately, I'm just discovering what's in there with you while you're asking questions, because I'll intentionally leave these huge blanks. Like if they ask a question about X, just make something up, because it's gonna fucking make sense, because I've been doing it for 30 years. Something's gonna just fall into place and it's gonna be fun. And I have enough bandwidth to be able to BS stuff on the fly fast enough to be able to say, yeah, snakes people, and then we only play for 3 hours. So all I gotta do is just come up with spontaneous ideas for maybe like a half hour, scattered throughout the 4-hour block of time, and then I have a whole week for that stuff to cook. And by the time it's done cooking, it's like, well, you said that, and you said that, and you said that. That means that when they go down to the next level and they start exploring more space, intensify this, and this, and make it worse. And like then whatever those things were that we came up with last time, that's now something I'm baking in as worse. And it's like, what's some ideas you can do to make that like descending snakes are damned sort of worstness? What horrible things can we make a dark cult temple built around? If you're not good enough, we're going to take your arms and legs from you and make you crawl on the ground for the rest of your life. What kind of a place can we design out of that? And then I get to just make up nightmares on the walls of the murals that you guys are going to see, that you're going to be staring at for hours as you're picking gems out of things' eye sockets and like peeling gold off of the wall. It's like, God, this is just, I need to take a break, man. This stuff is dark. But that's like 3 or 4 levels down when it gets that dark. And it's like, oh, this is just disturbing work. Do I really need to reach into the entrails of that monster to fetch out the gemstones that kept it alive this long? I think I'm going to throw up. So that's, I mean, you know, as one random example, hopefully I'm not lifting the hood too much, but I like to talk about like the process of game design. So yeah, game is canceled tonight. So I get to, and my D&D, my lunch team, they have a number of people that are on vacation. So we didn't have enough people to run game today. So I literally have nothing to do for the rest of the night. So I'm not going to be on stream for the next 6 hours. I promise you that. I am going to use this time. I'm going to start making some more progress on the Eberron Adventure optional encounters that I was showing off this morning. And I can also push forward into the 5th zone that I've been building off screen for folks for the Mega Dungeon. So I'm excited. And I'm so excited about you guys getting past 5th level. There is just I'm excited. I found some old Dragon magazines from back in the 90s, and there was a couple adventures in there that are just perfect for what's going on in our dungeon right now, and I am so excited to bring that in. It's just I am giddy. I've been sitting on some of these. I don't own any of them anymore, but I remember so many of these adventures, and you can find them so easily online now. But there's literally been some of these adventures that have been crawling around in the back of my head for 25 years. And I was like, oh, I can use that now. It took 25 years for it to come around, but I can use it now. And oh my fuck, I am excited about that. So I gotta say, this playtest we're doing, not only am I gathering like really valuable tactical information about balancing the powers we have so it comes out as just a fucking strong product in the first place, but it is so just fulfilling to be able to just, because Mega Dungeons, they take so little work to maintain. You just got to build up the space and just be free to be able to play with it, to be able to make up ideas. But they're so liberating from like a performing arts sort of perspective. It just, anyway, I've been geeking out for a little bit here, so I'm going to just stop and get back to work. Sorry guys. So now we have harvesting produces materials needed for item creation, and trading gathers materials for item creation from other places that are harvesting it. So you don't have to have both harvest and trade. They effectively do the same thing. A focus on trade means that you don't have to maintain a large settlement to get the resources that you need. You're establishing trade routes and trade agreements with different merchants and resource centers that can provide that material and pipe it to you, so it's available when you need it. If you decide to harvest instead, you are establishing a territory, a physical location on the map where I am gathering resources for this specific, like it's either going to be, like we talked about before, either mineral through mining, or like oyster farms, for instance, gathering pearls, right? There's animal material, which is like herds, like milking cows for milk is animal, as is slaughtering them for the leather. Chickens laying eggs is another example of that. You could argue oysters creating pearls you could bend. You just have an oyster farm, so there you go. So you have both oysters and you're getting pearls from that. That's cool. And then you have vegetable or plant harvesting, which is like fields or mushrooms or grain, flowers, trees, fungus, anything that's plant life that you could then use, like cotton, for instance, that you can craft that into padded armor. Is the example they use in the DMG. So it can all be parsed out like that. So you either want to create a bastion that harvests its own materials, and it could be that like you go into a dungeon, and maybe you guys get like 6 layers down in this mega dungeon, and you find out that it's bleeding into a silver mine. It's like, if we can stabilize this dungeon and peel it open, we can now run a silver mine out of this operation. We can set up a bastion. We can set up a settlement here by investing Bastion points permanently into building a settlement here to develop as a silver mine, and then you could develop your own trade line, taking the silver out of what was once a mega dungeon is now a profit center for you to pipe to your crafting operation. So that you can be silversmiths now or whatever, flood the market with silver ore, whatever it is that you guys want to do. But that's the level of narrative that you can take inside of like a hex crawl dungeon, like a hex crawl system. When you're going out and you're exploring the hexes, you're looking at maybe what kind of materials can be harvested from that place for us to advance our bastion that we set shop up with 50 miles back. We're exploring what resources are inside within range of a third rank guild, a third rank bastion that we want to develop at 9th level. What can we harvest out of that, and what kind of settlements, like little like cottage area, like little little hamlets and villages surrounding our territory do we need to develop so that we can Civ 5 this shit, you know? Civilization, it's just like that. Thanks a lot, Nightmare. Oh, good. Steve, glad to hear you. Glad you guys are here. Glad this stuff is making sense to you guys. But yeah, that's a Bastion campaign. That's how you build it. So you can blend the art of hex crawls and dungeon delving into resource management and build a narrative around, well, when I delve this place and I make it my own, complications I can have from that silver mine is they keep digging deeper for more silver and they keep cracking open new levels of mega dungeon that have been sealed off from the ore. Now that your heart is almost like the bowels of the earth wanted to bait you into cracking open this source of evil by building a stopper of platinum ores. Like, hey boss, this was a silver mine, but we just hit platinum. What do we do? A savvy adventurer would say, slow the fuck down. Why is there platinum being intermixed into my silver now? That reeks of design. That means that there's some sort of dark power or something is encouraging us to get greedy. It happens to dwarves all the time. That's how Balrogs show up in your basement, by digging too deep and getting too greedy. Like, there's a narrative that exists inside of our collective consciousness about greed, and having a dungeon that can physically represent that. Are we strong enough to overcome the monsters that are going to come out as a result of popping that platinum stopper? Let's find out. It's now a complication for you to delve 6 levels of dungeon to get that platinum mine up and running if you wanted. But that would advance you to a 4th rank platinum mine. So like, you're gaining levels in your bastion while your characters are gaining levels, resolving these complications that are being arisen by what's in the game. Anyway, geeking out. Yes. Absolutely, Domo. Good time. So, okay, great. So now we know that each of these tasks has a specific function, and only one function. So, I do have to take that back, because Empower is also adding buffs to characters. But like boons, charms, obviously all the magic items, but we also have like the training facility. Like, if you sustain 1 point of resources in a training facility, everyone on your team can have like a skill in that, like, can become proficient in that specific skill that you're maintaining training on in your facility. So while you keep that point, like, you might only have like 6 points in your 2nd rank bastion, and you're tying up one of those points permanently so that everyone automatically has the stealth skill. So when you go on your next mission, you know everyone has stealth. But you could then free up that point of resource, drop that training. Stealth then drains off of everybody's character sheet, and you no longer have proficiency in that, but you could just tap that resource and just maintain it again anytime that you want. It takes a week to set it up, or depending on how, like it takes a week for 1st and 2nd rank, a season for 3rd and 4th rank, and a year for 5th rank. To be able to set that stuff up. But like 5th rank stuff is like an epic boon. All right, you get an epic boon with a 5th rank empowerment to your characters. Tie up 5 resources when you're 17th level plus, get an extra epic boon. There you go. And everyone would have the same epic boon, or I guess like you could like add an extra point a piece. Like the minimum is like, maybe the minimum is like 5 to activate it, and then each point that you spend allows for each character to choose a different epic boon, or you just spend just the lump sum 5 points and everyone gets the same one. So it'd be like 5 plus 1 per variant. we can fuck with that later on, but that's like the idea. But but empowered is kind of all the same. I mean, it is create a magic item or create magical items or add buffs to characters. I'm just going to call it the same thing because it is kind of the same thing. Like if I give my character an epic boon that lets me cast blur proficiency times per day, there's not much difference between that and a mantle of blurring that works 6 times a day. You know, it's this kind of it's like 6 or a half dozen. Take your pick. So I'm gonna cheat into saying this is here, but like you can do nasty shit with empower, like curse, like get a curse, acquire a detriment from the artifacts table, stuff like that. Fun stuff. But now we have a stable structure for each of these, and now we can start. Again, the goal is to have 6 complications because there's 7 orders. So crafting would have 6 complications of empowering, harvesting, maintaining, recruiting, research, and trade. Something that would tap into the themes involved with these orders that could be used to resolve whatever complication arises when you try to craft a non-magical item. So let's finally getting to what we had intended to do. What are we, like an hour into the stream at this point? An hour and 20 minutes into the fuck off, Phil. I'll hold on. I am overheating, so give me a second. I need to crack a window here real quick. My engine is burning too bright. Engine is burning too bright. I love being on vacation. Fuck all. My winter vacation is the gift I give to myself of feeling what it would be like if this was my full-time job. And I'm sure if this was actually a business, I would be performing things very differently, but I would have the ability to hop on different projects for 2 or 3 hour bursts during the day. And instead of like doing work tasks or home tasks, whatever, it would be like closing a deal, approving a proof, working on a contract with somebody, uploading a new stock art or whatever. So I get a taste of what it would be like if this were my full-time job. So our immediate task right now is here's all of the ideas that we got from the Bastion events, all the potential complications that peeled out of these. So we're going to take each of these and we're going to drop them in as many categories as it makes sense. And as they stack up, we'll see redundancies and gaps. So right now we just want to distribute them. And then at the end of it, we can start shuffling things around, consolidating, and making up stuff to help make, again, a stable list of D6 tables for every single order so that we have a variety of tasks, a variety of complications that can arise that can feel different at different ranks. And depending on what the orders were that were being issued. So hey, what's up? Balrog in basements. Fun. Okay, so and I don't feel like I need to specifically. This table is going to get left here. This is just a pickup. But I don't feel like I need to say like this is off of the all is well table. Like I just broke these into the individual categories so that we had a theme to riff with. And once we disintegrate this into the orders, we can stop thinking about the events as a structure and we can start thinking about the actual orders themselves as the intended structure around which we create the complications as stated. So without hopefully any more ado, accident disables facilities, weakens hirelings. So we're going to cut that out. And that feels like the sort of thing that would happen with crafting, you know, like an accident with the power saw. Same thing with empowering. You get stray magic, burns Larry's face off. An accident harvesting could be like, Jimmy got caught in the wood chipper. And accidents in maintaining, that could just be, the cook caught on fire after messing around with the wrong cooking stuff or whatever. Accident disables facility, weakens hirelings, recruiting. For some reason, my brain says skip recruiting. Research. I don't see accidents necessarily involved with research, like specifically. Nor do I see with trade, like production and hands-on. So I think in that sense, I'm going to remove it from maintain for now as well, because I could always drag it back in if I wanted to. But just off the cuff, accidents at work would be around building stuff or gathering material. But trade is like the stuff has already been gathered for us and bundled. We're just holding it. So that feels good. Facilities are damaged by weather or monsters specifically. Okay, that could be maintained because of the well-being of the repair and operations of the facility. Trade, that could involve like ships at sea trying to get materials to you. The caravan could be raided by like ogre bandits, or it could be that your storehouse catches fire, for instance. Those could be examples of that. Facilities are damaged, so that also feels like, well, you have to have if there's an explosion while you're making your cannon, it would damage the shop. Same idea. If you're trying to build a necklace of fireballs and something goes critically wrong, that would also damage that. And if you're trying to have silos of grain that go big bada boom, or like a bullet starts eating up all of your crops, that would make sense there. Facilities are being damaged by weather or monster. Maintain also. No, I already have it here. So yeah, that made sense. Okay, cool. Let's go with that. Let's just let that be. Harvest plant animal material are infested. That would be definitely under harvest. It would also fit under trade. Crafting and empowerment. If you all right, let's do that. Let's just add it. Why not? Harvest plant animal materials are infested, because you would be harvesting stuff, right? Because you gather that material yourself to craft with it. Same here. Let's just add it in, and we'll probably end up condensing those into a single response. But for now, I think it sticks. Bastion hireling becomes compromised. I'm sure that's going to end up boiling down with something else. But for now, let's keep it. Ooh, this is an instance of recruiting. Being like you accidentally recruit in and like a worm, like a mole. Same thing with maintaining. They're disrupting operations or sabotaging your bastion itself. Compromise could mean that pardon the buzz phrase, but like in research, a compromised researcher could be deliberately spreading misinformation, or just what we would used to call providing false information. Same thing. They're just making it a snazzier title now, but that would make sense for trade. I like that. Facilities are being damaged. For research. Hireling becomes compromised. I can see trade, because this is like speaking to corruption in general. But I don't see it so much like compromised. I don't see that so much in like crafting and gathering stuff. That's more like soft power, right? Manipulating people's opinions and actions. That feels more like inside this block here. I like that. Unvetted creature, NPC, squatter, stowaway. That's kind of like the compromised generally, but that would definitely affect the maintain. That would affect recruiting. I don't see that specifically elsewhere, and I think that's fine. Distant ally, offer adventure or call for help. That's just one of the random events that can occur. That's an example of an event, not a complication per se. But let's look at that would fit in general. I think in maintain. And recruiting for sure. Adventure for help. Let's go trade, because if you're trying to establish trade, like the ogres, for example, preventing trade lines from coming through. The complication could be that there's a call for help that we can't. There's ogres that are blockading like 30 miles south of here. We can't get stuff through to you. We need your help to free our people. Help us. That makes sense. Ghost, gremlin, mischief creatures harassing the Bastion. That feels like a crafting and an empowerment issue if I have ever seen one. So, gremlins, definitely. Empowering, definitely. Anywhere else, I could see potentially maintain. That's probably going to end up merging with squatter maybe into something, but we can have like a different feeling theme for these as we go through. That's kind of the point. Natural disaster, weather disrupts resources or issued order. Natural disaster, that smells like harvest to me. But that could just blend in with facilities being damaged by weather. But this helps just broaden the idea of it a little bit. I think it's just gonna feed into each other. That's fine. I don't mind condensing them. It looks like we shouldn't have too much trouble building out a D6 list at this point. So neglect. Wait a second. That was. Let's see if there's anything else. Natural disaster, weather disruption. Oh, trade. Yeah, weather could. Natural disaster could definitely disrupt trade. That makes a lot of sense. I'm seeing a little. Are we seeing a pattern between what happens to trade and harvesting? No, actually, there's a surprising level of diversity, regardless of of these 5. I think only 2 or 3 of them show up on the harvest table. Natural disaster and facilities being damaged. Is that it? Natural disaster and facilities being. What about harvest plant? Yeah, harvest plant animal materials are infested. Yeah. So this only has 4 so far, and this has 5, but 2 of these aren't on the harvest table at all. So I hope that we're going to see a couple unique harvest things crop up that don't appear on the trade. I like that. Neglect. Bastion is ignored for too long. Hirelings bail. That sounds like definitely a maintain issue. There's a lot of maintain stuff going on here. And that sounds generally like a recruiting idea. And that's probably the only 2 things that would be directly affected by that. Sabotage disables facilities and Bastion resources. That would be maintain, I think, obviously. Oops. Oh, okay, so these are complications that occur when you yourself are saying, I'm going to issue an order and make a die roll. If I fuck up the die roll, I'm going to have to deal with these complications. That's you actively making a risk to gain a reward. And then we also had the idea of the facilities, which are like buff concentration effects that you spend resources on to be able to sustain it, like having a storehouse that always has materials that you need, or the demi-plane, for example, that reduces crafting time. The teleportation circle that you can use once per day for your characters to have rapid transit, for example. These are things that you can permanently invest points into. And while the points are there, kind of like with your lifestyle, while the points are invested, it sustains that effect. So we don't, but they're passive. They don't have any die rolls associated with themselves directly. But if your Bastion takes a hit on resources, like if your Bastion is directly attacked and it succeeds, the damage that you take is you lose resources until you can recover them. And you have to either recover them by intensifying trade and production efforts to recap the loss, or it triggers an adventure that then your character goes out to either recover their resources or establish new resources for the guild. Bastion. So I keep flipping back and forth between the guild language that we're using for the D20 Lite system that we're going to kickstart versus Bastions, which is the 5e version of that idea. So forgive my sloppy language. It's foreshadow. but we don't operate using the idea of orders. It has a different mechanic altogether, using ideas of industry or focus. When you establish a guild, you can have a focus of things that you do, or you can have a focus on a general industry. And then depending on what the campaign is, you can define what those industries are. Like in the Asteroid Belt campaign that we're running right now, we have the military industry, we have the commerce industry for mining stuff. There is the research industry, which covers like spying and scrying and prospecting asteroids. And then it's like research in general. And then there's diplomacy, which is like you have their guild has a seat in the embassies of different nations, because they deal with asteroid defense and trade in orbit above their countries. So they have a tie to you that you can communicate with their government through. So those are the 4 industries. Generally, sorry, it's not. Diplomacy. So we call them industries, but they're like themes of interacting with other structures and creatures. And so, but those are like the actions that you take. Like military actions is, we want to, like, if you relegate a military action to your Bastion, or in this case in the game, your guild basically hires commandos or fighter craft or tanks or mage fire or whatever tool of war you need to be able to accomplish your task. It is a military combat operation dealt with mass quantities of people. It is a skirmish war scenario. If your characters would be involved, they would either be commanding those characters directly using our mass combat light system, or it would just be a SWAT team going in to take out a specific target in a commando combat style. But that style of play is often overlapped with delving, which is going into cavern complexes and rooting out monsters and stuff, so it's safe for your mining operation to go in. If your characters don't want to delve a rock themselves, they would tap the commerce industry to hire a team of professional fixers that know how to clear dungeons out or clear out caverns so that you can mine them. They're different from military, because military deals with external threats and creating perimeter zones, while the delving team is designed to go in and extract rot out from asteroids. It's a different focus. But you can run solo teams of either way, or you could run massive combat scaling for both of those as well. But those are like the 4 gears that you have. You're either sneaking around and discovering stuff, you're trying to do diplomacy and figuring stuff out, you're either exploring rocks and small-scale skirmish encounter exploration stuff, or you're doing mass combat and doing like warfare and border defense, or fighting squid monsters out in space and stuff like that. It's like those are the 4 gears specifically for the asteroid belt. But like if we were to run a pirate campaign using that system, we may decide somewhere between 3 and 5 different types of industries how that pirate ship would interact with the world around it. And then through that, that would guide how we build our resources and how we scale, how that pirate campaign would work. But it's using all these same basic ideas. It's just looking at how do we label the levers and the dials that we turn and pull, and how do those interact with each other. And we have we're developing the system of explaining how to implement these different campaign tools, so that once we build that toolkit and put it out there, we can then build zines, like little adventure zines, like Guild Delver Pirates, Guild Delver Asteroid Miners, Guild Delver Mining Sheriff, or whatever, like Western Frontier Sheriff, Guild Delver. There you go. So it's like these Delver ideas. Anyway, let's get back to work. Sabotage disabilities. Sabotage disables facilities, Bastion resources. Maintain, that makes sense. Sabotage disables facilities, Bastion resources. Sabotage preventing you from being able to construct stuff. Sabotage preventing you from being able to make magic items. Is sabotage just universal? Disables facilities. Yeah, I guess sabotage is just a universal nomer. Poor research. There's not a lot that's been picking on research yet. You'll have your time. And sabotage. Trade is getting a lot of shit. We'll figure it out. Rivals or hostile forces siege the Bastion, preventing trade and harvest orders. Oh, like you've got a bunch of ogres that are squatting in your peach tree orchard, and you can't safely go out and pick peaches anymore because the ogres are there. That makes sense. Rival pirates have seized all of your trade routes coming out of Miramar. Too bad for you. Can't get your silks right now. Can't make your stuff. Rivals and hostile forces siege the Bastion, preventing trade, and then maintaining itself would be siege as well. So that makes sense. I like that. Bandits raid storehouses or trade routes or settlements. Though these are all different like variations of attack. Attacks our storehouses. That sounds like trade, harvest, and also include empower and crafting. Because you have to have materials on hand to craft and empower. And those materials on hand are either harvested or traded. So those four orders fit into being seized. Hostile governance seizes franchises, storehouses, and settlements. Jesus, there's some just mean stuff going on. That would be the same set. It's just like it's basically the same thing as rivals forcing a siege. This is just a governmental siege, as opposed to just a physical siege. But they are technically different. It's just theming the flavor different. So I think they're both valuable to have right here to see if there's like are we going to see like a combat focus versus exploration focus versus social interaction focus on how some of these iterations of the same idea are supposed to be resolved. That's an interesting premise. Criminal hireling, secret agent sabotage assassination mission. Oh my. That would be okay. That sounds like counter spy measures, like killing a spy that's discovered. So that fits kind of in the research space. Definitely feels it's personnel related, so that automatically makes me think about recruiting. There's my alarm to keep on track. Although I have technically no fucking tracks to keep on right now. Hostile government seizing. Maintain is just the general operations of both the facility and the hirelings within. So like an assassination mission to take out the high priest in your temple or whatever. I think my microphone's too loud. Hold on. Let me adjust my volume. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3. Check, 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 check. Okay, we're in good space there. Let's see. There we go. Assassinate mission. Yeah, that sounds better. Local mob boss offended by Bastion employing the criminal. Employing a rival is a better way of playing that. A rival. That sounds fun. That would obviously fit in recruitment, but it could also be like in research, empowerment, crafting. Offended by Bastion employing a rival. That would be recruiting and maintaining, I think. Although I could see us, I could see us fitting into research as like a sage. And under empower and crafting, it would be like a special blacksmith or like a specialist enchanter. So let's go ahead and feed them in there. I mean, why not? The goal was to feed them into as many things as it made sense, and then to let the distillation process resolve it. So, but like trade and harvest doesn't specifically have anything. I think I'm going to call out specifically. There's an argument that could be added to trade and harvest as well, but I'm going to skip it. Attempts to detain your hirelings, disrupting the operation of your bastion. That's seems really redundant, but we'll go ahead and add that to clear it from our plate. But yeah, I'm seeing the redundancies here. So that would be recruit and maintain. We'll just go with recruit and maintain specifically, just to keep life simple. Extraordinary opportunity. Your Bastion gains renown to your benefit or detriment. Huh. Okay. That sound. Oops. Your Bastion grows renown. That specifically sounds like a maintain thing. But I'm going to include it in recruitment just for the lulz. Unsavory creature requests help. Offers adventure hooks. Unsavory creature requests help. That sounds like a recruiting thing. Rival Bastion is bankrupting. You can poach resources and hirelings. That's something you can do. You can set up a. If you're really leaning into the Bastion, like leading with the Bastion first. You can develop rival bastions that have their own NPCs, garrisoning, and specialists, and heroes and owners of different ranks and tiers as well. And you can have your bastion attacking or engaging with other rival bastions. Obviously, like in the D20 Lite system that will be kickstarting, it'd just be like counter guilds, right? You're having a guild war with a rival guild, and so. If as you damage them, you can strip resources from them and temporarily take those resources to gain, like to issue additional orders, or to artificially boost an order that you had, or to temporarily maintain an additional facility. They're not permanent points. They're just looted. So they're like consumable resource points that you can use like in the next season, and then they're gone again. So like they just bleed off eventually, but you can loot and steal resources from other bastions, or like settlements and stuff like that. You can peel away their resources as a means of gaining treasure, because again, we looked up each rank of your bastion has a different gold piece value based on the per resource, based on the rank of your bastion. A first rank bastion, each resource that you have up to 3. Is worth 100 gold pieces each. It's super easy. If you're well funded with a lot of gold, it's easy to take a bastion from first to second rank. Each resource in the bastion second rank is 1,000 gold pieces from 4 to 8. And then if you can spin it up, so if you get a resource, if your treasure for an adventure with a second rank bastion is resources, each point of resource is effectively worth 1,000 gold pieces. And then once you get to 9 resources, you upscale to a third rank bastion, and each resource point in the bastion becomes 10,000 gold. So from 9 to 15 resources, it's 10,000 gold per resource. And then at the fourth rank, from 16 to 24 resources, each is worth 100,000 gold pieces. And then when you get to the fifth rank with 25, and every point of resource beyond that is worth 1,000,000 points. Is worth 1,000,000 gold apiece. If your bastion gets torn down, so that it's now only a fourth rank, bastion, those resources degrade down to only being 100,000 each. So as resources gets peeled off of your bastion becomes less and less valuable in a gold piece sense, because you can't wield as much power to be able to create results. That's how that scaling system works, and that's how you can actually make bastions a gold sink system, because you might be kicking around with 50,000 gold, but at the third rank, that's only 3 resource of 50,000 gold. That's 5 resources at third rank, and it's not even worth 1 point at fourth rank. So like you may have spent, like in real world, like you may have spent 9 months of adventuring at the table every week, accumulating 50,000 gold worth of just loot, but when your characters get a fourth rank bastion, it just disappears. It's completely irrelevant to the amount of wealth that your bastion is capable of generating, and that you could just take one of those resources and just peel off. I'm just going to sell off this resource here, and if I take my time with it, I'll end up with 100,000 gold for that one single resource, and then I could focus my bastion on creating more resources that I could then peel off, have another 100,000 gold, and throw it. What am I going to purchase with 100,000 gold? Probably anything I can already make with a fourth rank bastion, to be honest. And given the time it would take to find something of 100,000 gold in value that I can actually trade into, it's probably going to be quicker for me to adventure to find it, or just to have my Bastion create it themselves. So the system is really self-reinforcing that you're not really rewarded in taking gold out of the Bastion unless there's weird circumstances. But it's always valuable to pump gold into the Bastion so that you get more resources, so you can have more ability checks, higher die rolls, and sustain more resources to cheat the system and get basically buy more feats with more resources for not only your Bastion, but with the empowerment, give your character more feats, skills, proficiencies, saving throws, and eventually epic boons. So you can start stacking like all that renown stuff that you get from Ravnica and Theros for building your renown and piety with a guild or a god. You get like those perks. Those perks are effectively converted to character options using the system. So, but that's the idea. So I'm obviously taking a mental geek out break because I got excited again. But if I don't geek out over my stuff often enough, I can run out of engine. So Rival Bastion is bankrupting. That's going to definitely be a Bastion thing, and that's not a complication. That's more like a good thing. So maybe we need to think about a subsystem where we have these complications that are arising. And that happens when you fail your die roll. I can see now the logic of if you're not issuing a specific order, you can just trigger these events to make something good or bad happen just to stir the pot. I see the value now that when they have you issue the maintain order for your Bastion instead of a specific order, that it just rolls on this random event table that generates something like a wheel or a woe that's good or bad. It's just a way just to burn space if you aren't doing anything otherwise. I respect that. And I respect that there's both positive and negative things to riff off of. So that means I want to build a space that allows for benefits. And I'm thinking the solution to that would be when you have a facility, each facility that gives you bonuses or grants you perks, each of them is aligned to a specific order. Like the storehouse is aligned with harvesting and trade. So like if you have harvesting, or like if you're proficient with either harvesting or trade, then you can establish a warehouse to stabilize materials available for crafting and empowering. And I'm thinking if you're sustaining a facility, maybe there's going to be a benefits table that you can spend points on to gotcha style roll for random benefits. Like you're investing resource points into your facility. Like for example, the teleportation circle, for example. The thing that happens with the teleportation circle in the DMG is that this week, like a random wizard shows up at your teleportation destiny. Like a wizard comes through your Stargate and is offering either starts attacking you or offers you a deal or something, or like asks for help, or because you have a teleportation circle, it's attracting teleporting level things to interact with you at your Bastion. And that could be a woe, that could be bad news, but it could be good news. So what I'm thinking about right now is that you're sustaining these facilities to create passive like feats or like expertise, like passive benefits on your character sheet or on your Bastion sheet that are always stable. And now I'm thinking like Magic the Gathering. I'm thinking like the more, maybe it's like this. You roll a D20 table. Oh my fucking God. Okay, this actually still has a place. This is so fucking perfect. Check this out. Okay, so we have, I love this. This is so awesome. Let's sync that up there. Okay, so we were looking here earlier at the Bastion events, right? Here's how the Bastion system works. The Bastion system works on it's a D percentile table here, right? It's like there's half, and then there's like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here's how this works. Okay. each Bastion turn, you roll a d20. On a scale of 1 to on a 20-sided die, on a scale of 1 to 10, nothing happens. All is well. On a scale of if you roll an 11 through 20 on that d20, one of these things happens, right? Add +1 to your die roll. If your result is below 10, increase the result of your die roll by the number of points you spent in a number of resources spent in a specific like for example I was thinking like if you have like for example if you have a teleportation circle up, teleportation that is I think it's a 3rd rank resource, it's a 3rd rank facility that requires empowerment or the empower action. So that would give anytime you're having an event roll involving empower, you would add +3 if the die roll is below 10, or if the die roll is 10 or less, add +3 because you have 3 points invested in empower. And then if you like issued an empower order this turn, and like say you put 3 points, maybe 6 points into different empower actions, your facility now has a total score of +9 in empowerment. So if you roll a Bastion event, you would roll your d20, and if the result is 10 or less, you would add 9 because of the amount of points you have invested in empowerment. Ooh, maybe it's that way, but it's just like whichever order has the most points invested in it this turn, you always have some sort of a Bastion event roll. So that way, even if you don't have any complications, there's still a potential complication, which could be good or bad, but it's an event that your characters can call the ball on. Like, like a guy walks through the teleportation circle and he's talking about deals. It's like, well, we could relegate that to either recruiting or we can either make that a recruiting check, a trade check, a maintain check, or we could handle it personally. So let's say we don't want to care about it. We're out in the field, whatever. Some random dude shows up. Okay, cool. Issue a trade order to see what kind of resources can we exchange. I rolled like a 26. So that's going to give me a 4th rank equivalent option. Maybe this guy knows of a pocket dimension that's full of these giant crystals, but they're defended by these elemental Zorn creatures, and he wants to set up research there, and he'll help you if you help him clear the monsters and establish that Bastion that as an extra dimensional settlement that you invest your Bastion points into. He will now be able to harvest gems from you that you can convert into mana stones. So I can give you a mana stone resource to take on adventures with your characters in the future if you help me do this thing. That's what came up because of trade. But maybe you would have gotten that answer with recruitment as well, or maybe it would have been something completely different. So this would be that's it. Yep. Okay, so every time, whenever you make a roll to maintain your lifestyle, you would also make just a basic Bastion event roll. That's the tempo that would be. That would be the process operation. I like that. And that gives us a reason to leave the Bastion events in place pretty much as it sits. Maybe we'll flesh it out a little bit more with these ideas that we're building for the wheel and the woe. But now we have a place to put good news in. We needed that. We really needed that. Now we have it. Fuck yes. Okay, cool. So I need to put a note about that before I forget it. Oh, and we already have a bunch of stuff that's already sorted out here. So maybe when we finish organizing our D6 rolls down here, maybe we can reorganize these Bastion events, these D10s up here. I like that. 11. 12. 13. Yep. What the? Come on, Granny, what's going on? There you go. 14. 15. 16. 17. So when you finish issuing all the orders for your Bastion turn, which is typically on a weekly basis, so each week you would issue you're issuing orders, you're maintaining your lifestyle, you're making a Bastion event roll. at that during that week, whichever order has the most resources invested into it. Like if you have more research points invested in activity, if you have more trade points invested this week, either in performing orders or maintaining facilities, whichever is the highest, that devotion that we were talking about, that's the one that's going to modify the die roll the most and will theme the kind of random event that happens. So like we were saying, if you had 9 points devoted to empowerment right now with a teleportation circle, and maybe you're making some magic items, when you do your event roll, whatever that event ends up being is going to be focused around the empowerment as an order. It's going to fuel off of that. So anyway, I think I've probably rambled about that enough. So let me go ahead and put the benchmark in here. Event bastions equals 10. 1 to 10. Oh, what am I missing? Hold on. Something feels off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm missing something. Oh, there it is. Dab nugget. 20. And this is 19. And this is 18. 17, and then 16. Then 15. 14. 13. Sorry for the redundancy in tasks, folks. This is how we roll sometimes. 11. And then 1 to 10. All as well. Bastion events. Each Bastion turn, roll 1d20 and consult the result below. Maybe we need to build it out like 1 to 10 equals bad news. 11 to 20 equals 10 opportunities. Add if the roll is below 10, add the number of resources invested in the highest add the number of resources add the highest number of resources invested in one of the highest number of resources invested in the orders issued invested in one of the 7 orders. This is horribly written. Add the highest number of the 7 orders invested in. How to word this? If the roll is below 10, so let me just say what I'm trying to do. If the result is below 10, I add a number of points to that roll equal to the amount of resources invested in whichever order has the most resources invested. Bleh! That's a circular statement and it sucks. So roll a d10. So roll a d10. Consult the table below. If the result is below 10, increase the result increase the result by a number equal to the by a number equal to the amount equal to by a number equal to the number equal to the resources currently invested if the result is below 10, increase the result by a number equal to the result, equal to how many resources, equal to how many resources are invested in the most funded order. That's a horrible way of putting it. I don't want to introduce funding as an as a verb. But it's getting the point across because we're temporarily investing these resources into orders and facilities, and we need a way of what's the term that we would use that explains points being invested without saying invested again, because I don't want to say I invest investments because fuck you. This in Magic the Gathering, it's called devotion. And we were talking about this recently. Theros, the gods of Theros, they're enchantment cards. But once you have enough blue marks, for example, once you have enough blue marks on the board, then Thassa becomes a creature because your devotion is strong enough to actually manifest her from being an idea to becoming a physical presence on the battlefield, which is a fucking cool mechanic. But beyond that, the idea is that you add up the number of blue dots on all the cards, and that's your devotion. And when your blue dots exceed this number, this effect happens. So I want to take that same idea, but we don't have devotion described anywhere else inside of here. And devotion is also the term that we use, like fireballs are devoted to red magic, for instance, because that makes sense in the context of Magic the Gathering. I don't want to overclock the use of the word in my documents. I don't want to diversify what it means. That's bad design. So if the result is below 10, increase the result by a number equal to the most resources invested in one of the orders not issued. If the result is below 10, increase the result by a number equal to how many resources are invested in in any one order. And facilities with that same order prerequisite. God, this is horrible wording. The event will be related to whichever will be relevant to the order chosen. Oh, that's interesting. So it doesn't have to be the highest, just choose an order. That's the way to do it. If the result is below 10, choose one order. Choose of your choice. Increase the result by a number equal to how many resources are invested in one order of your choice. In one order of your choice, including any facilities sustained that are with prereqs of that same order, including any facilities, including any facilities including any related facilities. There you go. Any related facilities. There. If the result is below 10, increase the result by a number equal to how many resources are invested in one order of your choice, including any related facilities. The event will be relevant to the order chosen. So you might choose between crafting and research, and the die roll you got was a 6. If you add your crafting points, it becomes a beneficial event that is going to affect crafting. If you choose research, you only have 3 points in research, so that's going to result in less than 10. So it's going to be a bad news event, but that could be a source of adventure for you. Or you could be really nasty and randomly roll which of the orders is going to modify the die roll to decide if it's going to be good news or bad news. That's currently the idea, but I'm going to leave those points in place like that, just because it's a half mutt system. So all these events need to be rebuilt as positives and have a list of 10 negatives for 1 through 10. 1 to 10 bad events. Complications equals 1 to 10 equals complications. 11 through 20 equals opportunities. You know it's the right thing to do because it's the same length, it's the same width. Like that often tells me, is this a good idea or not? Depends on how elegantly the titles line up. I shit you not. If I can find a way of expressing an idea so it requires the same amount of characters, I will take that as a sign from God. That's a pretty good idea, because by default the language means it's well structured and balanced with each other, very literally. And maybe that's just superstition, but that's how I like to do. So we're gonna keep that in place. Okay, we have that idea established. So now we can drop down here. So we have like the default roll, which could be something cool or bad that happens each week. So it gives your characters, it gives you always incentive to want to have another turn, because something cool might happen that opens up a whole new line of adventures for you, or something shitty might happen that causes all sorts of trouble. D&D spinoff. Oh yeah. Bastions and basements. Balrogs and basements. I love that. Let's see, where were we? Oh yeah, we're still digging through stuff. Okay, that apparently was a designer break. So let's get back to building this list. Yeah, we might be able to pretend. Yeah, okay, just keep working the problem, Phil. All these things still exist. Just keep working the problem. Momentous occasion temporarily spikes Bastion dice or available resources. That's a real piece of meta currency there, isn't it? Maybe we add that in a general bucket of wheels. We now have a wheel bucket, my guys. So let's go up here to the wheel bucket. The opportunities. There you go. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So figure those out, and we're going to figure these out too. Oh, let's go back down here real quick and peel off some of these good news things that we've been seeing. It's like we may as well put them down here. Let's just go fetch those real quick. Natural disaster. Just an ally offers adventurers a call help. That's kind of neutral. Hirelings become compromised. There's got to be some good stuff down here. Bandits raid, seizing facilities. Rivals for siege. Sabotage. No, these are all bad news. Local mob boss hates you. That's horrible. Unsavory characters. Oh, gains renown and benefits or to your benefit, or you gain renown. Attempt to detain you. Mob boss, secret agent, neglect, unvetted. Bastion, hireling becomes compromised. Rival Bastion, your Bastion gains renown. Your benefit or detriment. I'm just going to stack these up. Attempt to detain your hirelings. Local mob boss hates you. Neglect. That's all bad news. Bad news. Forces siege Bastion. That's bad news. Sabotage disables. Natural disaster, local bandit, storehouse, or trade route, or settlement. Bad news, bad news, bad news, bad news, bad news. Let's see if I can find some good. Nope, there's no good news. So let's go back up here and put these in the good news list. Now that we're able to separate these two things, I'm going to put a line here just to create a divider. Hey, what's up? Wheel bucket. Wheel, W-E-A-L. Wheel, as in wheel and woe. Complications and opportunities is what it technically is, but there's the wheel and woe. So I'm either putting it in the wheel bucket or the woe bucket. So we have a shitload of woes. We don't have a lot of wheels yet, but I think there's some wheelism down in here, or basically like opportunities or boons, basically boons and banes, right? Curses and blessings. Facilities, resources hired to resolve NPC tasks, reducing your productivity. Oh, you're getting, okay, that's interesting. Let's take that into down here. I'm going to add a break in here so I can keep these things separated from each other. That's how I group things off. Facility hire reduces productivity. That'll work there. And empowering as well. Harvesting doesn't necessarily work. You can't just like borrow somebody real quick. I would say research, absolutely. And recruiting, not so much. So that feels good for that. Ooh, friendly visitor. Visiting NPC pursued by significant threat. Rival Bastion seeking partnership or plant a spy. Let's see. Visiting NPC pursued by significant threat. Recruit. And potentially opportunity. Pursuit. Yeah, recruitment specifically. That sounds right. Rival Bastion seeking partnership or plants a spy. Let's put that down. That could be an opportunity, gaining an ally. But we're also going to put it down in recruit and research. That feels like where that should be. Yeah, that feels right. Yeah. Right, because so we're establishing that you just make a general, like the Bastion event roll. You make a Bastion event every turn. We assume the default pace for your campaign is a Bastion turn each week. And so if you're having an episodic adventure, you resolve your stuff in that week, and whatever complication is currently active that week, that can become the theme of your adventure. But those complications come only if you fail your Bastion D20 test to either succeed or fail at the order that you issued. What happens if all those issues are successful? Technically, there's no adventure generated. Currently, the way we have it framed is that, well, you can just choose a goal of your own and pursue that goal for this week until a complication comes along that prevents you from continuing with your own goals while you're trying to put out that fire. By adding in a default roll that is the higher rank you get, the more likely it's going to be beneficial, but can still occasionally be a shitty die result and create a complication for you. You aren't you could have a complication out of nothing that needs to be dealt with, but there's the benefit, and that benefit is more and more likely the more points you have invested in any particular order. So as your Bastion becomes more and more powerful and has more points to put into something, it's naturally going to result good result. It's going to naturally roll good results on that once per week what's going on in the world roll, which should be positive. So if all the things that are positive, this just becomes something new that can automatically, it's not just something that maybe we frame it that you can't just resolve it with a Bastion roll. It becomes a call to adventure that your characters can choose to engage with or choose to ignore. Or maybe if they choose not to ignore it, we have to spend X amount of points to close that loop or whatever. We don't have to know all the answers quite yet, because we know what happens if you fail ability checks. A complication arises that you can't complete that task until you either give up on it and reclaim your resources, or you solve the complication and then it just resolves like it's supposed to. So that loop closes itself. It just naturally closes. But this introduction of something's going to happen, maybe good or bad, no matter what, you don't necessarily have to pay attention to it. But if you choose to ignore it, I don't want you getting something for nothing, because you got all those somethings for nothing by establishing your guild and succeeding in your die rolls already. So I think it should probably be structured around this is an opportunity for your characters to take an adventure and gain some sort of ongoing benefit as a result of it. But it's just an idea right now. It's not fully fleshed out. So we'll see where it shakes out to after a while. Rival Bastion seeking partnership with Spy. Okay, great. We already established that as a potential thing. So let's go back into our guests here. And high renowned NPC takes interest in the Bastion, which could mean that like you get a sponsor, which is offering you resources for tasks. So we're going to consider that an opportunity because that feels correct. NPC seeking asylum with Bastion. Refugees seeking shelter. Let's peel that off and let's go down. That feels like a maintain and recruitment complication. Mercenaries with history seeking employment. That would be a recruit. Maintain, just almost anything that's maintain also fits with recruit. There's a lot of redundancy there, which we'll need to figure out how to resolve. And it could be a positive task because like this random person, they could be like a high CR creature that's willing to become a defender for your Bastion or a sidekick. Like you can take any monster and basically dissolve all of its abilities and give it the sidekick template. It's like you might have a gold dragon kicking around with you, but you can't retain its attention, so it's only willing to do this much for you, level 1 to 3, right? And once your character gets higher levels, you can retain more of its attention, and it's willing to do more for you as a sidekick. It plugs in with you more, and by the time you get to 17th level, it sees you as an equal, or it would never admit this, even perhaps better than it in different ways. And so it's like fully engaged with you now. So now it's acting as like a 17th level spellcaster with you constantly at your side on adventures. That can be how you can like manifest and grow. Like that could just be a specialist wizard that you picked up and he grew, or it's a monster, again, that as you gain higher rank and power, it gives you more, it invests more into you because you've proven more to it. Which is how the siege crew system works in the Spelljammer book that I have. Like you could hire a 5th rank siege crew that's capable of doing a lot of damage and hitting shit real easy when it's using siege weapons, but because you're only a 2nd rank commander, you can't get the most out of them that they could do because they're following your orders. So if you outrank them, you don't know how to take advantage of how powerful they are. You have to like ancestral or like legacy weapon your way up into making full use of how powerful these creatures are. Like what they could, like if only you knew how to like really tap into what they could do, they could help you change the world, but you're not strong enough yet to be able to pull that out of people. So like that also leans into the renown or level gaining system with placing yourself in the world. Stuff like that. It's kind of cool. Friendly monster seeking alliance or refuge. See, that's kind of the same as mercenary with history seeking employment. But hey, that's a thing. Sabotage. Ooh, ouch. Sabotage facilities. Yeah, we've seen that before. So yeah, we've got some redundancies here. Sabotage. That's not y'all, it's a sabotage. Let's sabotage them all. Everyone can get a piece of sabotage, y'all. Hireling stolen or ransomed. Oh shit. Hireling stolen. Okay, that'd be, you'd have research for hirelings. Let's skip recruitment. It seems like I'm starting to think like all this hireling stuff. Like, wouldn't you be hiring them and then something goes wrong in another department? it's not like the recruiting went wrong. They're already on your team. So like that feels like something that's ultimately going to be removed from. I'm just going to drop that from recruiting. I'm not even going to bother because I feel like I'm going to erase it later. Hirelings stolen or ransomed. Yeah, well, virtually everything here that's not research qualifies for this one. So let's fill it in. Hirelings go on strike. You know, we were talking about that earlier. That makes sense for crafting. Yeah. Empowering, harvesting, maintain. And that would be an example of this being a recruiting, like you need recruitment to solve this problem. So this being a complication of recruitment would mean that you wouldn't be able to use recruitment to solve it. You'd have to use a different order. So once we have these things stacked up, we can start assigning them to the orders that would be needed to resolve them, or the theme of the solution. That'd be the next step. So hirelings harmed by accident. I mean, go on strike is kind of the same thing, right? There's also, I think there's like a work injury up here already. So I think that would end up panning out that way. Research, no. Trade, no. That doesn't make sense. But harvesting, empowering, and crafting does. So we'll put them there for now. And hirelings just disappear. I mean, the default solution is just hire new people. But God, what a cold way of handling a problem, right? It's like, oh, some of our people got kidnapped. I guess we just need to hire some new people. Like, fuck those guys, they're dead. It's like, God, you're such a bastard. Hey, that guy that was researching the true name of Baphomet? Yeah. Well, he's gone missing. What? What do you mean he's gone missing? Yeah, he was there, and then I smelled brimstone, and he's gone. Oh, that's bad news. What are you going to do about that, Chief? Well... ... So fun. All right, magical discoveries. Item created by Bastion is cursed or poisoned. Ooh, neat. I mean, that's a very empowered thing to do, right? And crafting, because poison. Rift opens, leading to adventure or expelling monsters. That's a very empowered thing to have happen. And I would say that could potentially be an opportunity, right? Accidentally create a sentient magic item. I mean, hey, cool. Let's make that. I mean, that's a wheel. That's an opportunity. Accidentally create living spell, attacks the facility. Yeah, boss. Hey, you know that chain lightning scroll you wanted us to make? Well, shit kind of went sideways. That's great. That's definitely an empower thing. Anything else that it would affect? It doesn't feel like it would be anything else. That's fantastic. I love that. Research, like if you're researching a new spell, that could happen. Yeah, that makes sense. Trigger natural disaster. Oh wow. Yeah. Oops. No, that wouldn't be research. That could be empower though. Let's go with empower, and let's go with harvest just for the lulz. Like maybe you're planting a profane plant in a holy grove, and you didn't know the rules of engagement, so all of a sudden the gods want to destroy you. So they're triggering natural disasters on your pea patch until you clear that shit out. Like that's like a really severe version of homeowners association, but I can see it. I can feel it. Cheers. What was this one? Asylum seekers. That sounds like recruitment and maintain to me, but it could be trade. Let's see what it said. Asylum seekers fleeing monsters, disasters, or persecution. Yeesh. Yeah, that's recruitment and maintain. You guys always get the shaft on that kind of shit. Escort mission. Request for aid. Use orders for NPCs, not you. Oh, gain a free order equal to NPC specialist rank. They'll just do something for you. Divestiture. Divestiture equals lose resources, contain a threat, scavenger hunt. Those are kind of random. Let's go to scavenger hunt. Makes sense. Escort mission. That's an opportunity. Scavenger hunt is an opportunity. Yeah, these are all requests for help. Gain a free order equal to NPC specialist rank. That's just a random boon, which is like, yeah, you can do an extra thing, but that would then trigger a potential complication, because even though they gave you a free order to perform, it might not succeed. So that's a fun mixed bag. I like that. We're gonna call it an opportunity for sure. Escort mission. That is an opportunity. So let's put that in there like that. And scavenger hunt is a type of adventure. MacGuffin hunting. Let's. Contain a threat. Lose resources. Oh, we already have something that causes us to lose resources. Request for aid. Oh, that's what that is. Recover ally resources. That's what we're trying to do. That's the mission. And then maybe like you can get a piece of those as your reward, and then contain a threat. That's an opportunity. These are basically just like different types of calls to adventure, it seems. And then it's our last one. Create a cursed item. Well, yeah, that's a complication of empowering. That's like the default complication of empowering. But cursed item. That could be trade, because you can trade for magic items. You can fetch one. It takes time, but you can do it. That's a fun result. And then yeah, craft. Technically, craft is not magical, so they can't get cursed. So we'll let that skip. Loss of resources. I mean, that's pretty generic. Loss of resources. Like a loss of resources is like a direct attack on you. So let's go with storehouse being raided. That's going to be trade and harvesting, because that's where stuff gets stored, in a storehouse, right? And then former owner of looted magic seeks their possessions. Oh, someone's coming to fetch your shit. But we're that could be trade. That makes sense, because sometimes you're trading into gear or getting materials. That could be somebody's stuff that you're buying, like you're buying stolen goods. That's basically what that boils down to. So that could be a crafting and an empowerment complication. No, it wouldn't be crafting, because you're building the crafting yourself, but empowering, because if you're using somebody else's shit to empower it, you finish making that magic armor, and then someone comes over, is like, dude, that's my armor. It's like, well, I just enchanted it. It's like, well, thanks for enchanting my armor. Deck of many things, ruin card, wrecks a facility, and a bastion worth a bastion. Oh, if you pull the ruin card from the deck of many things, it decimates, like literally 1 in 10. It hits your bastion, removing a number of resources equal to the highest roll bastion die. Like if you're a 3rd rank bastion, then it would be you lose D8 resources as a result of the ruin card. Yeah, but I don't specifically need. Okay, great. So that is I don't need to add that. It's just a fun little knick-knack. I need to take a quick break, so I'm gonna type in here. I'm gonna be right back. Come on, Kearney. Copy, paste. You're just, come on. Dude. Oh, interesting. Duplicate the layer. Oh, I see how that worked. All right, well, fuck it. This is already taking longer than it was supposed to. I could have just BRB'd. BRB. Okay, I'll be right back. That's what I'm trying to say. Sometimes I feel momentum in the world, and I feel like there's a bunch of really fucking cool things that are about to happen in my life. I'm really, really excited about what 2025 Plus is going to do. Almost done. I'll be back like in a minute. All right, we're back. All right. Second leg. How you guys doing? It's 2:30 here in Seattle. I have the day off. I have tomorrow off too. I will not be here on Wednesday. That is a holiday. I'm spending time with family to decompress and enjoy the good life. And then on Thursday, I'm going to be back at work. So tomorrow is going to be my last day of vacation. I'm going to do Eberron in the morning like usual. I will come back and probably work on Bastions here in the afternoon. And then I'll be AFK for New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. And then Thursday we'll be back doing Eberron in the morning, and I'll be back. It'll be Thursday night. I'll be back in the evening, potentially working on Bastion some more. I'm not sure. We might be at a stopping point and we switch gears to something else. But then we'll be back into our normal routine. So Friday morning, Eberron, and then Friday lunchtime, system design. Probably Bastions, maybe spellcasting, maybe Spelljammer subclasses again, or Bastion stuff. And then Saturday morning, probably more Bastion. And then Monday we'll be back in our normal rhythm, and we should be back on with our playtesting on Monday evening next week. So good times, loving it. We've effectively dissolved this list, but it still exists. That list still exists. We were smart and we kept it in place because it ends up that we wanted to use it. So that's all sitting here waiting for us to resolve and dissolve. So we're going to skip past all of that for now. We're going to drop down here into craft. So I'm going to highlight, I'm going to bold that like I mean it. So the next task that we're going to perform in our document, I can get rid of that. Thank you. Here, we're going to consolidate these different options into their basic themes. So there's I know there's a lot of redundancy that's sitting inside of these options, and that's good because it means that we can look at a number of different ways to express the same idea to see which one inspires the most options. And then from there, we'll work each one of them individually, and if we start seeing a recurring pattern in specific ones, then maybe we'll cut, paste, and simplify all this. But it feels like we should probably work with the one with the most options first, or maybe we should work with one with the least option first. There's my 20-minute timer. Time. And that'll probably be the last task for the day. So I suspect we're going to be at this. Maybe I'll be here for like another hour. Maybe less. We're just going to work on consolidating these. We'll see where it's at. But I think that once we finish that task, that'll be a good breaking point for us. And then I'll be off for the rest of the day, and I'll be back tomorrow morning for more. But when I log off here, since my night got freed up, I will continue working on Eberron page layouts, and I hope to be by tomorrow morning. I hope to show you the resolved optional encounters in the manifest zone, and to have started working on and probably impossible, but get as far along in completing the Gatehouse Region C, where the social encounters happen, squatting above the Nexus. So we're going to go from the Gatehouse to the Flooded Fort to the Cemetery to work backwards from social into exploration into combat, because the higher gears of action economy and options that exist as you move further away from the Gatehouse, there's more and more variables that need to be resolved until you filter into the Gatehouse. So by starting with the endpoints as a solution, we can then extract from that, work backwards towards the beginning of the adventure at the different points where they can get into the manifest zone to see where those paths would naturally lead them, both narratively and physically, through the manifest zone to the bunker underground. With the Gatehouse being the center point where there is no option other than down. At the fort, you can either go down into the facility or you can laterally move to the Gatehouse. And in the cemetery, you could go down if that option is offered to you, but most likely you're going to move laterally to the fort or to the Gatehouse, potentially through the fort and then down into the facility, or through the fort to the Gatehouse and then down, just depending on how much combat you want to have in the adventure between now and hitting the Nexus. So a lot of fun options there. I've also been thinking about mud a lot. So I didn't have, but want to include in the Magical Wind Vein. It creates a wall. It creates a wind wall effect that while you keep pedaling it, it perpetuates the wind wall. And as soon as you stop pedaling, the next round the wind wall collapses, and then your space gets engulfed in the necrotic fog, and it starts to exhaust you over time. Or you have to get florets to breathe through the melange that you make from the different things in the manifest zone. You have to make a melange to breathe through like a plague mask. And we created this before the pandemic. It's just taking us this long to actually publish it. Like, we spent a year playtesting it alone, and we spent another year writing it, and now it's taking a year to build it. So, like, what up, Jesus? Eventually, I'll be able to make these things faster, but I gotta say, I love the process. It's been a ton of fun. No regrets. But that's the stuff that we're working on right now. So that's really, I love it. And it's sometimes it gets really, like when that project was, I didn't understand how to build things, how I could properly break up the information. And it creates a really creative mental block that until I can like grind my way through seeing how can I make these components fit into that 5x10 column, that 5x10 inch column space, until I can find a way to grind all this information down into bite-sized information that granular, I can't move forward. So I've had I started working on this in October, and I had cockily thought that maybe I'll have it done in November or December. Well, here we are stepping into January, and I've got about 50 pages of the 104-page document done. So, I mean, like, that's really humbling, but the process is what the process is. And now I know what I need to be thinking about it. I can get a word count. Like, I can't have more than X amount of words per topic in each of, like, every subsection has to be this many words or less just to be able to function in the document. And now that I know that's how it works, when I build the next one, I'll automatically be able, I'll have a living document that shows me what that structure looks like and how I can mod, like if people like this format that we build, it's very modular. I can replicate that same pattern, just plug in the environmental, the visibility, the random encounters, the prepared encounters, the map pieces. It's very modular at that point. It's extensive, but it becomes plug and play. So that's the intent. And when we switch to the D20 light system that we'll be kickstarting, we'll be able to resolve that stuff, a lot of that stuff, in one or two sentences, where in 5e it takes a lot more space to be able to explain, because the D20 light system is more narrative and improvisation based in both the narrative as well as the encounters and challenges that you face. They're meant to be more spontaneous in design, so there's not a real need for a lot of technical information in a D20 light system like there is in something as robust as Pathfinder or a D&D 3 through 5. So I like that I'm starting off with the most difficult. Of course, I take the biggest task with the most complicated systems and learn through pain how to make these game systems work, instead of starting off with the absolute lightest of systems with the easiest language to express things most concisely. I'm learning the most difficult skills first, which will probably make everything I do in the future feel like a breath of fresh air. So yet again, I praise and appreciate the cosmic intuition and just wisdom of how life is guiding me through this process of creating content. It's a blessing. It's been a true blessing. So it looks like Maintain has absolutely the most activities going on. Yeah. The Bastion event die will be tied to the Maintain die roll. Maybe we don't have to have like the highest devotion as a modifier. Maybe we just directly tie. No, because there's a hierarchy that's happening here that's going to that the low numbers are going to be hit more often at lower levels. But because you can have like a 1, 2, 3, 4, through 20. But if you're adding like a +6 to your die roll, then if you get into the 11 plus range, you're going to see 11 through 16 more often than you would see 17 through 20. So there is a hierarchy that exists there. That would mean that, like, since there's 10 benefits, I should probably have like a growing level of exoticness, like rarity of opportunity that arrives. Like that planar rift thing, that should be like a result of like 19 or 20 on the 20-sided die, because it's far more likely that your character with a bunch of, like, if you have like a +12 to your devotion and you roll a 9, that's going to be, what is that, 12 plus 9? That's a 21. So that's going to be like planar rift. You rolled a 20. Like 20 plus, planar rift open, opportunity arises, something like that. Maybe instead it should be themed off of the results of the maintained. I don't need to debate that. I don't need to debate that specifically. Let's stop pontificating and start creating. Damn straight die roll. Maintain. All right, so here's our stack of maintain actions. Let's see if we can start breaking things up into things that just naturally feel good together. Facilities are being damaged by weather or monster. That's a thing. Bastion hirelings become compromised. That's a thing. Unvetted creatures, squatters, stowaway. That would be Bastion hires become. That could fit in the same compromised category. Distant ally offers adventure or call. Oh, that's actually an opportunity. So let's take that up to our ops, which could be redundant, but whatever. Ghosts, gremlins, mischief, creatures harassing Bastion. Let's see. Facilities are being damaged by mother or monster. So that fits in here. Neglect. Bastion ignored too long. Hirelings bail. That could go with compromised. Sabotage disables facilities and Bastion resources. That's the gremlins worded a different way. If I'm going to have like 5 iterations of the same word, there's not going to be that many choices. We might have to really be thinking outside of the box, my boys. Rivals or hostile forces siege the Bastion, preventing trade and harvest orders. That's separate from hirelings. That's external. That's an external threat as opposed to an internal issue. There's external threats and internal issues, right? Hostile governance seizes franchise, storehouse, and settlements. That fits in the same like seizure or like siege, forcing of assets. Sabotage, assassination mission. Bastion hirelings become compromised. I think that feels kind of like, if somebody's trying to assassinate your people, that feels like they're being compromised. Local mob boss offended by Bastion employee employing a rival. It's kind of like facilities. It's kind of like hireling becoming compromised. It kind of fits. Let's call it its own thing for now. I'm not seeing it naturally fitting in immediately, but we may be able to distill it down. Local government superpower attempt to detain your hirelings, disrupting the operation of your Bastion. That's another compromise issue with Bastion. I bet we're going to be able to split it. I bet we'll be able to subdivide all this hireling issue stuff. Potentially into external versus internal. There might be only like 3 significant type of compromises, but we might be able to subdivide them into internal versus external threats. That would give us 6. That would give us a D6 worth of choices, and then we'd have to pair each one. Can we pair them to each one? Okay, let's try some pairings, shall we? I feel like I'm trying to shortcut this, so let's see if I can. There's shortcutting, and then there's just finding a quicker solution. Shortcutting is trying to avoid the work by coming up with a fast, easy, but doesn't have as much depth or cover as many ramifications, as opposed to grinding it out may not net in any gain to benefit and could, in fact, just complicate the system or just create drag in the creation time. So both have their risks and rewards. But since shortcutting is faster, let's try shortcutting it real quick to see if we gain any insights from that before we proceed. Again, we're taking a step back away from dividing these things up by finding a new way to consider organizing the information that we're dividing them into. Kind of just like what we did with the harvesting and trade pairing versus harvesting, crafting, and empowering. Same process, 3 hours later. So, let's see. What do we have? We have material. Yeah, what problems? This is too soon. What I want to do is I want to try to divide up the three themes that exist. And I was automatically thinking like plants, animals, and minerals as three categories, but that's for materials only. So materials is its own category. So there's materials, there's hirelings, and then there's facilities. Materials, hirelings, facilities. But not all three of those are active. Well, hirelings are active in all of them. But materials, and what was the other thing? Materials, hirelings, and facilities. So basically everything's going to require facilities. Everything's going to require hirelings, but not everything requires materials. So that becomes an iffy. So I'm not 100% on what that's supposed to be yet. Three categories of complications. But I think this feels like the right way to do it. And this is broken into interior, internal, external source. like for example, in the instance of hirelings, it would be we would look at like internal. That would be maintain, right? Because you're maintaining is the state, like the well-being, the lifestyle, the resources that are just natural, the amount of trade and commerce happening inside of commerce, not trade, but the amount of commerce generated inside of your bastion. That's internal operations versus recruiting, which is an external operation where you're bringing new creatures and specialists into the fold of your bastion to become part of your resources. That's pulling them in. If we're looking at materials, that would be like internal would be crafting and empowering, right? And then external would be trade and harvest. Right, you're bringing materials into your house, and then inside your house, you're processing them to become commissions for your characters, or just part of the background radiation of how the business stays operative. So materials make sense, but it's not guaranteed to be relevant for whatever it is that you've got going on right now. That's the problem. Like if I just roll, oh no, yeah. Hold on. And then there's facilities. And then the facilities internally, facilities would naturally be maintained. But we don't have, like, research isn't on here. And trade isn't on here. Oh, no, trade is on there. There we go. Craft, empower, harvest, trade, maintain, recruit. Research is the only thing that we research, and no, trade. There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Recruiting, yeah. Research is the only thing on here that has yet to be affected. So does that mean that there's a flaw in our thinking? And what else? And facilities are the things that you're reserving. So it's an external influence that's affecting your facilities. That's like an attack sort of thing, but that's not grouping. Like there's no, I'm not seeing an obvious, I'm not seeing an obvious order that's connected to something that would affect facilities externally. Other than, well, trade. And I guess maintain just as the act of commerce and maintaining your lifestyle, that's also naturally going to be maintained. What? This might not be the right way to organize this. This might not be, because the goal was supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So as we go through trade, we have 6 complications for trade. This is how it's supposed to be. Craft. It's a craft. It's something that can be resolved with craft. It's something that can be resolved with harvest. It's something that can be resolved with maintain. It's something that can be resolved with. That was supposed to be in power. Maintain. Research. Recruit. Research. Because the complication was created by attempting trade, you cannot solve a trade problem with more trade. You're just compounding the problem. You already have a complication. You have to find another solution. This could be an opportunity for your characters to engage. Depending on what you roll, the complication is going to be flavored like this, and it can be resolved passively through craft. Or your characters can engage it as an adventure themselves to resolve as their episodic adventure of the week. But through craft, we can resolve trade by doing blank. So I guess what I should be doing, I'm doing this wrong. What I should actually be doing is organizing. I should first be organizing the research, like the 6 categories, and then I should be taking each of these options that exist and organizing them under their logical or most obvious corresponding order. That's how I should be organizing this. And that way I can see which ones are missing stuff and which ones have what you need, like which ones are overly abundant. And then we can look at breaking things up. So yeah, this was the wrong path, but it was easy. It only took like maybe 15 minutes for us to suss that out. So that was valuable. So we know this exists. And that's a value that I could take, say, into my own Bastion campaigns as I continue to organize them. This is a good way to organize that stuff if I needed to work in that, because the D20 light system I have is already organized into 3 major aspects with 2 facets of each aspect. So there you have your 6 in the system that I run. You have 6 stats. You have strength. You have force, like force of will or like muscle power. You have skill, either like knowing stuff or being proficient in something, or being naturally dexterous, or have like a natural aptitude for like long wind and like long distance running or holding your breath a long time. Could be a natural aptitude that you have towards something, or it could just be raw ability, so you can frame it in either way. And then you'd have willpower, grit. So, and then each one of those things, like a physical grit is like constitution, while a mental grit is like wisdom. A physical skill is like dexterity, while a mental skill is like intelligence. And a physical power is like strength, while a mental power is like charisma. So that's how you can take the 6 classic abilities and break them into 3 overriding attributes. And so you can have your game rotate around the importance of these 3 aspects of your personality. And then tasks are then divided between either being physical or spiritual activities, or physical or mental activities, or physical or mental emotional activities, or mental or emotional activities. You can create the dynamic that you want to theme your adventure. Like if you want a horror campaign, like physical power doesn't matter at all. It's all about like the force of your personality and the endurance of your psyche. Like those are the 2 primary things that you need to worry about in like a Cthulhu style horror investigation adventure using this D20 light system, as opposed to like a Conan system, which is like physical muscle power, speed and agility and competence and pure durability, the classic triad for fantasy adventuring. Like those become really important for your character's development with physical damage and then like maybe just something like physical damage and psychic damage. Like those are the 2, or like physical damage and elemental damage might be like the 2 major facets that you deal with in most circumstances. You're either taking some sort of physical damage or you're taking some sort of elemental damage, or depending on how you want to frame challenges in the campaign, physical damage versus like willpower damage, or hope. So you could have like endurance and hope. Like you're physically beat up, but you still have a lot of hope in your energy bar, so you can keep pushing forward. Or it can be like it can literally be like dread versus hope. Like the more dread, like as your dread drains down, you have less abilities to resist dread. But while your hope remains high and your dread drains out, like maybe you're able to act like you're able to add bonuses on it and have higher results. But if your hope misses, then you crash to where your dread is at. So as you keep hitting your hope, the dread keeps dropping lower and lower, and as soon as you miss on that hope roll, you plummet down to where your dread is at, because it all just falls apart underneath you. Your hope was false. And that's the Cthulhu horror of realizing everything that you're banking on is a lie. And the mechanics respond that way by you have higher and higher positive results on your die until you miss, and then it crashes down to shit, and then everything is against you, and you have to crawl out of that hole. So you're fighting to keep yourself out of losing hope and falling into dread, while maybe trying to bolster the dread to keep it from falling too low. And when you fall, trying to catch yourself somewhere with a belief that you can sustain, or if you hit rock bottom, that you can maybe your friends can help you, or you can have like an alliance or like a self-reinforcement system to help you build yourself out of dread quicker. So your entire horror campaign can be built around the events that are happening around you are triggering hope and dread. And so you're not worrying about physical damage. You're worrying about, can I retain my sanity during these events? Because if I go completely insane, it doesn't matter if I'm alive or dead or not anymore anyway. So that's like a theme of horror that we can build around using this D20 light system. So anyway, I think in these, I'm starting to think more and more in these triads and these pairings, right? These 2s and 3s off of that D6. I'm thinking more and more that way as this Kickstarter is developing in my mind. So I'm just sharing thoughts with you guys. So let's get back to work. So we have the trade. So this is the proper path. The trade and research, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nerf. Did it wrong. There. So this is going to be craft. And this is harvest. And this is, nope, that's empower. And harvest. And maintain. Recruit. And trade. See how that works? There we go. So, but et cetera, et cetera. I don't need to grind through all that right now. Let's just get back into it. So we take each of these dashes and we see which, if any, or how many of these does a particular thing fit in with how we can conceive the order resolving. So like facilities are being damaged by weather or monsters. So the facilities are being damaged. What kind of a die roll could which order would be able to resolve the facilities being damaged by weather or monsters? Crafting, to rebuild the facilities and maybe maintain to try to keep the system, like to keep the facilities operational while under repair. Like recruiting, I doesn't really make sense because like the people are fine, they just don't have a place to work, right? Maybe for empower, like we're not empowering is enhancing something that already exists. Hence, like magic items being crafted separately or in unison with being empowered, as per the DMG. So I think that being damaged, that would specifically be empower and craft. That feels intuitive to me. I like this. So harvest plant animal materials are infested. Let's see. So the harvest plant animal materials are infested. If it's a trade issue, what we would need to do, so the material is infested, we would need to either get new material, because this is affecting trade. Something went wrong with trade. We could not accomplish our trade for a reason. In this instance, it was the facilities are damaged. So like we don't have a warehouse to store anything. Well, we need to rebuild the facility. And we need to find a place to put the stuff in the meantime. So that should have been maintained here. So now it's we can't perform trade for some reason. And the response is, well, the reason why we can't is because harvesting and planting animals, the material that we wanted, are infested. So how do we fix that? We can't keep trading because our resource is already infested. So we could harvest plant material ourselves, or we could heal or purify the infested material. Or we could also research a way to heal it without having to use empowerment. Like maybe there's have a rat problem. Maybe you can sprinkle alum around the outside of the building. That keeps the rats away. You can perform research to find a solution to what you need. Like that would work. That makes sense. You could do that. But like recruiting, facilities are being damaged by weather and monsters. I guess kind of. I mean, recruiting is like bringing in more people, like a specialist or like a particular monster, and that feels like that's just like a general craft, like a specialist to just general labor is kind of the same of like crafting versus empowering, right? The specialist is like a magical version of just a common worker, right? So I'm saying right a lot because these are things that I'm imagining in the moment and sharing. So I'm just kind of the text that I'm splarding here is the process of creation in my mind. Like this is the engine is running and it's putting out the feed. Like this is the feed that it's creating for the ideas as they start to filter into the structure that we've already built, like how it's filling in the gaps. That's what this process is of me ranting about stuff. So once I'm able to convince myself of what I'm saying makes sense for what we're doing, that's when I go back and I start typing on it some more. So if that makes sense, it's the process of ranting creation. So I could see an argument for recruiting. So yeah, okay, I could see an argument for recruiting. So if I can see an excuse, facilities are being damaged, harvest plant animal materials are infested. Yeah, like maybe we need to bring in cats. If you have rats that are eating and like screwing up your flour, maybe we just get some cats in here. That would be recruiting. That would also be harvesting. Oh yeah, we already have harvesting here. Harvest plants and animals because we have to get material, or we bring in cats. There you go. Bastion hirelings become compromised. So this is a trade issue, and our Bastion, they become compromised. Let's see if they become. Let's grab that again. Bastion hireling Bastion hirelings become compromised. Bastion hirelings become compromised. So in the case of trade, what that would be like maybe stealing from the stores, or like using the space illegally, for instance, in trade. Yeah, it sounds like a bad trade, or like skimming off the top, or like embezzling, whatever. So what would be the proper way to resolve that? Maybe research, like we have to find out how they cook the books. Yeah, we need to find out what's compromising them. And then recruit, like we need to replace them, which could potentially create new rivals that are already familiar with how your operation works. And they could potentially strip some resources away to form a rival company that's competing against you as a rival. So that makes sense. I like that. So far, we've got something for everything, but I want to keep feeding these in. Distant ally offers adventure or call for help. I'm having a hard time remembering. Oh, that's right, because it could be trade related. So the distant call for help goes awry with trade. That's an opportunity. That's not. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Oh yeah, we already had it up here. We just needed to extract it. Good. Nice affirmation. Cheers. Let's see what's next. Natural disaster, weather disrupts resources or issued orders. So the order was trade. Natural disaster is preventing you from getting what you need. So that, again, that naturally falls to natural disaster. That, again, it's just you have to create your own supply chain. That trade route is dead. So you have to get the materials yourself. Trade has already failed. So that's not going to help you. And, I guess you're going to have to, you could research. Like, where else can we find access to the resources or the materials that we need while this disaster is in place? Sabotage disables facilities and Bastion resources. So that's sabotage. Again, that's something that could be researched. Sabotage kind of speaks to security. Maybe that's a maintain idea. And the facility is sabotaged, but not necessarily destroyed. It's just been fouled or prevented from working. So maybe no, maintain feels more correct. I'm not sure what the right answers there are, but that's how I'm just gonna leave it like that. Rivals or hostile forces seize the Bastion, preventing trade and harvest orders. So we have a blockade of some sort. So we need external help to break it up. I'm not seeing if somebody is blocking us from receiving trade. The only way I see craft working is like if we had like an A-team montage where we like made our cart super, our Infernal War Machines like super dangerous A-team style, and then attacked and shot at their feet and stuff until they ran away. That would be an internal thing. So is internal defenses a war room, maintaining an army? The answer is maintaining, having an army and hiring. That is a maintain facilities task. So that is the maintain resolution, having an army or leading your internal security to fight them off. Bandits raid storehouse and trade routes on settlements. Same thing. You gotta hire the A team, or you gotta take care of it yourself. Bandits raid storehouse and trade routes on settlement. Yeah, that's the way that you would solve that. Hostile government seizes franchises, storehouses, and settlements. This is a government action. So, hostile. Yeah, the hostile government. Not mean like a nation invades and you need to fight back. This is like your local lords are overtaxing you because they're jealous of how much money you're making. So they're taking some of it from you. This is during trade that this is happening to you. So they're noticing the amount of imports that you're bringing or how much you're exporting from the community. And they're not seeing a lot of payment and permission for doing so. So they want a cut of the pie. So how are they going to do that? So they're taking resources from you or preventing you from being able to like blockade, preventing trade. So you can't fight them. Otherwise, you're basically committing insurrection against the settlement in which your Bastion is currently housed, and it becomes hostile in a war zone. So I guess what you would need to do is research how can you resolve the threat? Like what can you do to satisfy the tariffs that are being imposed onto you, for instance? Or you could like recruit someone to speak on your behalf, perhaps an advocate for a diplomacy mission in the capital of where your money is being taken to. Those feel like the most natural things. Because harvesting, they're just going to tax your harvest. Your operation is too big. They want a cut of your equation. Those feel like the most natural things. So let's just leave that at that. That's fine. Facility's been sabotaged. Again, that's going to be craft to repair it. Empowerment for a fabricate or creation spell to repair stuff. Mending spells en masse. And then there's also maintaining, like coming up with a temporary solution while you're repairing the facilities. That makes sense. And but sabotage. But researching it doesn't necessarily fix the sabotage. The facilities are still sabotaged. You might need to find who did it. That could be a research thing, but it isn't solely about. I don't think this is solely about research. I know that's a little. I know that's a little hypocritical. But I'm okay with it. I think contradictions are important in these design things, so I'm going to go with it. Hirelings are disappearing. Shit. Well, obviously, it was during crafting that they disappeared, so they were making something for you, so they can't make it anymore. So you got to recruit new people, obviously. You can't keep crafting. That's not going to solve anything. The people are missing. This is an instance of this is an instance where like soft power is being manipulated. That feels like a research sort of idea. And recruiting, because you're trying to influence to bring more people in. There's nothing really to empower because they're just missing. And it's not like you can double the effort of people that aren't there. You got to get more people, and that seems to be where the most sense is at. There's not a lot being offered for crafting here, is there? All right, but we're not done yet. So let's keep moving through the document and see what ends up happening. Cursed item. So your storehouse becomes cursed. Obvious solution there is empowering to break the curse. And I guess research makes some sense there too to find out like how that happened. The storehouse gets raided. So I guess harvest is an answer there. Create your own pipeline instead of having to rely on somebody else's trade. Maintain stricter security inside of your facilities. We could always try to find out who did it. There's always that. But I'm going to skip that because it feels too redundant. But what about hireling disappears? Nah, it's a material thing. Okay, no, that's good. And then former owner of looted magic items seeks their possessions. So when you're performing trade, somebody had their shit taken. So these are stolen goods. So the trade goes down. They want their stuff back, and you're trying to resolve that conflict. So recruiting to get them on board with you makes sense. And yet again, research about like what do they actually look like? Like, do they have actual credence in this? Can we combat it? And it doesn't seem like there's anything else going on for crafting here. So there is our 6 options broken up into their own categories. So let's see. Is there some sort of commonality here? Gather materials for item creation. Complication. Prevents trade from... Prevents... Complication prevents trade... prevents establishing... Trade. Craft. The facilities are being damaged. And this, okay, so crafting, it looks like I can boil that down to the complication then is crafting to solve, but the complication is facilities are damaged by monster or weather. Are sabotaged are either sabotaged or our facilities are either sabotaged or damaged by weather or monster. There we go. Passive. Passive order. Craft order to Bastion to repair Bastion. Craft order to repair Bastion. And character plot hook. To fight off monsters. Discover saboteurs or discover source of unusual weather. Unnatural weather. Natural weather. Craft order to repair Bastion. There you go. So, I mean, that's pretty basic, right? Trade. Yeah, okay, that feels good. We can do that. That's decent structure. So harvest. What is the generality that we get to extract from here? Let's see. Harvest plant animal materials are infested. So the materials that we get are infested. The materials that we get, natural disaster, weather disrupts the facilities, so we have to get new stuff. And then storehouse gets raided. So those are the three bad ideas that we have. Harvest. Let's see. Well, harvesting is growing our own materials. That's boy oh boy. How do we think our way into that one? Because if you don't like what if you don't have a settlement set up already? How would you go about making a harvest roll that would make sense for establishing? Let's see, gather materials for. So the only time. Plant animal materials are infested. Natural disaster disrupts resources. Storehouse is raided. Okay, I see it. Okay, we know that harvesting is harvesting has to be done at a settlement, and harvesting is the solution to gather material. Complications prevents establishing trade. So, if we're establishing trade, the act is requesting. So, gather material from a harvesting settlement for materials, for item creation. Complication. prevents establishing trade. So each of these will be framed like this is what it does, and then it'll say complication prevents. No, we already have that. So we don't need to do that for each of them, but like we'll have like in research, complication prevents whatever. Like complication prevents research, like complication prevents research from proceeding, and then we go through all the complications. There you go. So under craft, the facilities are either sabotaged or damaged by monsters or perhaps natural weather. Harvest. So we know that harvest, if we're going to trade, we're going to gather material from a harvesting settlement for item creation. If harvesting is the solution, that means the problem is at the settlement that we were supposed to be trading with. So there's nothing wrong with us. This is an external problem. That information, that little time that we spent earlier on creating that triad and then pairing of internal versus external is now coming back and paying us dividends. So this is an external problem. This isn't us needing to harvest. This is us needing to reestablish the location that can no longer harvest. So the wording here is your facilities are either sabotaged or damaged by monsters and or natural or unnatural weather. Harvest. Your trade. Wait. The settlement. The settlement to establish trade with has is under is the settlement is the settlement's yield, the settlement's material is insufficient. The settlement can't. The settlement doesn't have enough resources to create sufficient material. Doesn't have enough resources to trade. Harvest. Order to lend resources to reroll. Harvest order. To lend resources. To aid harvesting. How about that? I don't know if that's the best. Let's keep at it. Let's see. Sabotage facility, cursed items, harvest plant animal materials are infested. The settlement doesn't have enough resources to yeah, because then so if you decide to let this trade area go because the operation doesn't have the resources to do it, you could sink resources into it yourself to get the reroll, or you could take governance over it and establish yourself as an invested interest party that now has domain or is using them as a franchise and taking over their operation. It's like a takeover, friendly or not. But if you don't want to do that, you would get your trade points back. Like, this is a ditch mission and it's over. We're not going to pursue it. That trade line is dead. We can't operate with that settlement because they are unable to meet our needs. Or you could have decided to take on as a personal mission to then go and investigate what's actually happening there. Harvest order to aid harvesting. Plot hook to, let's see, the settlement doesn't have enough resources. Plot hook to, let's see, fight rivals. Plaguing monsters, or to rout bandits. There it is. So the settlement doesn't have enough resources. Your facilities are either set. Okay, your facilities are set. Oh, that's it. Maybe it's the settlement can't get materials to you. That's the answer there. So the harvest order, no, that actually feels wrong. So now we're fighting monsters. That actually feels like an empower action, right? Or the no, that's the recruit action there. So the settlement can't get materials to you. Oh, yeah, that's the narrative. The settlement or route is under siege and can't get materials to you. That is technically, I think, where recruit should be. Order. Recruit. Order to recruit mercenaries to end the blockade. Plot hook plot hook blank. Something like that. I spelled that wrong. Something like that. Harvest ordered aid. Okay, yeah, that's that. Well, that evolved. But it evolved. That was cool. So, but we can still, let's take, because I mean, that was easy for us to pick out. So, yeah, because the plot hook isn't defined by any specific order to recruit. Up here we had craft order to repair. We have recruit order. Recruit order. Yeah, because the plot hook isn't defined by any specific order to recruit. Up here we had craft order to... let's do it that way. Order to recruit mercenaries. And then up here we'll have order to craft. There. Or plot hook to fight monsters. There you go. Okay, cool. That makes sense. That's structured. That's structured. This all looks good. Doing good. So far, so good. Settlement or route is under siege and can't be material. Order to blank. Order to blank. Doing good. So far, so good. Did I just lose? Okay, good. There it is. So here's all the bits that could have potentially, that we had under Empower, but now that Empower is done, we can see if there's anything in here that we can harvest. Harvest order to aid. Yeah, we're still looking for that. That ended up being a blockade issue, so that took away from harvest. We're still struggling to establish what. Let's see. Okay, well, I'm going to consult the Oracle because I'm being compelled to roll dice. So the Oracle system that I use, the idea of an Oracle system is using a random generator for yes/no answers. It's basically like a magic 8-ball, right? You ask the magic 8-ball, like, are there goblins in the mines of Moria? And then like you roll the magic 8-ball and it'll spit out an answer of yes, no, or unclear, essentially, with variants thereof. But that's basically a 3 yes, no, or maybe so. And if it's yes, then great, that's your answer. Yeah, there's goblins in Moria. If the answer is no, then no, there are no goblins in the mines of Moria. But if you get maybe so, it's like, okay, well, it won't say yes or no. So there's something going on with goblins, but it's not that straightforward. So let's delve in and ask more questions until we run out of maybe so's and everything's been locked down as yes or no to build our narrative. I do that with D6s. So I prefer using Las Vegas craps dice because they roll the best. And they're a little clunky. They're a little big for most backgammon boards, but they're very satisfying to manually roll. So I have 2 dice. Whichever die is closer to me or to the right when I roll the dice, that is because I roll right-handed, so they move away from the right hand. So whichever one is closest to me or to the right closest to my hand, that's the difficulty. Like, that's the DC. So you want to match or beat the difficulty on the die that's further away or to the left of me. So if I ask, are there goblins in the mines of Moria? If I roll a 1 on the question, then it's yes. It's pretty much guaranteed. If you roll a 1 or better on a 6-sided die, the answer is yes. There are goblins in the mines of Moria. So it's guaranteed a yes. Doesn't matter what I roll. But if I instead, like if the question was a 6 on a D6, the only way that the answer would be yes is if the answer die rolls a 6 as well. So it would equal or exceed the question. So the question is, are there goblins in the mines of Moria? The answer is going to have to equal or exceed the number of the question. So 1 to 6, there you go. So, and then you can play with it. Like if the question is 1 and the answer is 1, although it is guaranteed there's goblins in there, the answer was so negative that it's kind of like, yeah, there's goblins there, but they're barely hanging on. So like if the question was 1 and the answer is 6, are there goblins in the mines of Moria? I guarantee there's going to be goblins in that mine because the question is 1. But I rolled a 6, which means not only are the goblins there, those goblins are doing better than any goblins in the history of goblin kind. They are rocking it down in Moria. Okay, well, what does that mean? And then that opens up a cascade of questions that you can add depth to answers to in a cascading, like microscope sort of gameplay. That's just a basic Oracle system. All Oracles can do that. I just think the D6s are a really clever way of doing it because it creates a lot of variety in answers. Because it can be like definitely yes, definitely no, or somewhere in between as the question, and it's obvious it is, or it's almost impossible that it could be, or somewhere in between. And then your answer is definitely yes or definitely no. And so rolling the dice here, I wanted to turn to my Oracle dice to help feel my way through the mental block that I'm having with finding the answer to how can harvesting something that's designed to gather resources yourself instead of trading for them, how is that supposed to solve the problem for something that you can't find trade for? The obvious answer is, well, you're going to create that. You got to create it yourself, right? But for you to harvest something, you have to have a settlement. There has to be a place from where you can harvest the materials from. You can't just wish up a gold mine if you can't establish trade of gold ore for your bastion. So how can I, am I framing this question the right way and I don't see the answer? Is that what it is? And when you're asking your Oracle dice a question, it can't be an either or. It has to be a direct question. It can't be it's a closed question. Closed questions are yes or no questions. So you can't offer variables like, is it left or is it right? It has to be, is it left? And the answer is no. So then it would be, is it right? And the answer is no. It's like, well, if it's not left and it's not right, does it just keep going forward? Like, does it angle? And so then it might say, yes, it angles. Like, does it angle up? Yes, it does. Not, does it angle up or down? Just, does it angle up? Yes, no. There you go. So that's how that works. So am I on the right path of thought that, and I just don't see how it works, that if the problem is that we can't establish trade, the order for harvest should be that we just grow this stuff ourselves. Is that, and do I just need to find, is that the right question / do I just need to figure out how that can make sense in the game? And that's a yes or no question both ways. So the question die is a 3 and the answer is a 2. So no. So it's a 3 out of 6 would say yes, but I rolled a 2, which means the answer is no. I'm not thinking about this the right way. So we have Empower down here already. What happened? Oh no, that was Recruit. We already established Recruit here that we're going in to free up the blockade, but this Harvest is doing something different, isn't it? And the answer there would be yes, means that it is doing something different. If the answer is no, then that would mean that it's something similar to what's going on with recruiting. So is this something completely different than how recruiting's approaching it? 6 and a 6. So 6 means it's almost impossible, but yeah, if you roll a 6, the answer is yes, it's something different. On 1 to 5, it would have been on 1 to 5, like it was highly unlikely that the answer was yes, it's something different. But I rolled a 6 as my answer. So that means, although it seems almost impossible that there would be a separate solution for harvest, my dice tell me that there is, in fact, a secret unknown way. Am I reading that correctly? Confirmation dice I roll confirmation dice sometimes just to shit test myself, and I just rolled a 2 and a 2, which means, yeah, the dice was a 6 and a 6. It should be obvious to you there is another way and you haven't found it yet. And the 2 on 2 means it on point. When it's on point like that, that's exact. So that often means this is exactly what we meant, to the degree that we meant it. A 2 is almost guaranteed. So like when I rolled that 6-6, that was trying to tell me it is guaranteed. There's another way and you haven't found it yet, but it exists. So it's not growing stuff. That's not the answer. I can't just grow my own stuff because establishing a settlement takes fucking time and I can't just turn that around. It's not sending mercenaries to break it up. Is it co-oping? Did I already write down the answer? I didn't recognize it. Is the answer co-oping? 4 and a 3. So the answer is no, it's not co-oping. I had to roll a 4 or above, and it's a 3. It's not that easy, and that would just be taking over somebody else's operation. That would be a good maintain task, wouldn't it? 2-1 equals no. That's not the solution. Would that be considered an empowerment? 2-1 equals no. Get that thought out of your mind. You're not spending resources to make this work. That's not how you do that. That would be a maintain action of establishing governance over an existing territory, over an existing settlement, and that's a sustain. That's an actual facility that you sustain points on, creating an invested interest or a governing body inside of an existing settlement. Like you win, like you buy a seat onto the city council of Waterdeep, for instance. That would be an example of investing resources to gain governance over an existing settlement. So this is not that either. So there is another way. What are we thinking about harvesting? Harvesting is extracting things from the ground. It's mining stuff. It's milking. It's gaining a material from the environment. The problem that we have is that gathering material from a harvesting settlement for item creation, and we can't gather the material, the who we were trying to trade with, the settlement itself cannot provide the materials that we're trying to gather. Is that correct? I'm reading that correctly, right? 1 in 4. So it's like, you're absolutely right. It's the problem is external. It's the place that we're attempting to trade with. The act of trading is establishing the trade line, so we can't just try to trade with someplace else. It doesn't work that way. We can't invest points to gain a governing body in that organization, in that settlement to fix it. And we can't go and just buy our way into a wait, could I use the maintain action to buy into another facility? 2 and 4 says yes, I could. So maintain would be to franchise. There you go. Yeah, maintain. So we're going to frame maintain as settlement, mutiny prevents materials from being traded. Order, maintain. Order to franchise. Order to govern. Order to temporarily. Manage the settlement to re-establish order. That's kind of cool. I like that. And then plot hook. I like that a lot. Plot hook to end rebellion. Yeah. And then plot hook to end rebellion. That's great. If your characters want to do some negotiation stuff, there could be all sorts of reasons why they're rebelling and your trade route is being sabotaged. There could be monsters in the fields. There could be unfair labor practices that are leading people to being killed and then raised as zombies so they can work forever. All sorts of cool stuff that you could play with there. I like that a lot. That feels good. And that means I can take this whole chunk of change here and pull that up into the facilities, up here into harvesting to increase the pile of ideas that we can potentially find a solution with. Maybe that's why it was saying that it's there, I just don't see it yet. So maybe as we continue parsing through these options, we'll discover an empowerment reason. And then we'll feed in the empower, resolve that, and then take these ideas and feed them up here and eliminate that, and then research, eliminate that. Maybe that's just the discovery process we have to go with this one specifically, and hopefully that's going to lead to easier harvest resolution in the future. These are difficult. This is a hella challenge. What a puzzle. Harvest. Hostile government seizing franchises, storehouses, and settlements. Hirelings disappear. Former owner of looted magic seeks their possessions. How does harvest? How does harvest feed into this? Harvest is extracting materials from a location. And so we know, the problems for harvest, the problem is still at the source of the settlement where we're getting materials from, right? 4 and 4. The 4s are strong with this one. So very good. So yes, it's still a problem with the location. It's not a rebellion. It's not bandits. It's not our facilities. Our facilities are fine. It's still that location. That location is still broken. So how can we take the harvest action? Do we? Okay, so we already established that. Oh, but there was a mutiny. That was the problem. The mutiny with maintain was break the mutiny so they get back to work. But harvesting is the act of gathering materials. So do we actually send our own workforce to that facility, not to take it over, but just to simply get the work done? Like the people are willing to work there, but it's that, like, maybe they got sick or something, and that's preventing them from work. They need more people to work because like work is inefficient. Need more people. Is that the idea that we're looking at here? 5 and 6. That is a yes. The question was 5. The answer was 6. Highly unlikely, but yes, they are asking. They are actively recruiting. They need more people to help, and you send people to do it. That's our answer. Oh, that's that request idea, like a rival. Where was it? It was. Oh, that's right. We made it. We turned it into an opportunity, and the opportunity was when we get up here. Distant ally offers adventures or call for help. There it is. So they need extra workers on the fly, and they're asking if you have any folks that can come and help them do it. And your answer is, yeah, we can invest points to roll the harvest check ourselves to see if we can gather, and then we'll just come back with the trade route. We'll just piggyback and come back on board with you guys. There you go. So we're going to help you kickstart the harvest. Settlement. The settlement needs additional labor to fulfill the trade agreement, to provide sufficient materials. Once you spin that order to get the materials up and running, and if you're maintaining a storehouse, once you've spent those points, you can then sustain those points to make sure that trade line remains open, because you've now invested permanently resource points into keeping that operation open so that you can always have those materials available whenever you need them. And whenever you exhaust the supply, they automatically get refilled by that trade route. So you don't have to ever think about, do I have enough resources to perform the second rank crafting check? If I've established a second rank storehouse with the proper material, either mineral, animal, or vegetable, or at third rank, it'll automatically be all three of them. So you want to get the third rank as fast as you can with your storehouse so you can automatically resolve all your materials. That's just an optimization, like an obvious optimization feature that we offer for you to make it easy to craft. But you don't have to. You can just have 1 point if you wanted, but then, it's below the rank of a third rank task. You're creating something, you're gambling now. Anyway, but yeah, that's the system. So great, we now have established in place. So order, we figured it out. Order to provide additional labor to the settlement to provide sufficient to the settlement. There you go. And that to resolve it. There you go. And then the plot hook to the settlement is it the hirelings are depleted somehow? Yes, they're depleted somehow. Trade, let's say, mysteriously loses their labor, so they need emergency help. 6 on 6. Look at that. The settlements mysteriously the settlement hirelings mysteriously disappearing. Need help. Need additional labor. Need additional labor. So the order to provide additional labor, order Order to send additional labor to aid to help the settlement. Plot hook to discover reason hirelings are disappearing. There you go. Just basically reiterating the question, the problem into a solution. The problem is that hirelings are disappearing. So the plot hook is to send adventurers to find out why hirelings are disappearing and solve it. Okay, this is great. So yeah, we're building plot hooks that are alternatives to. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so let's talk about redundancy for a second, right? Let's say your team, your players are really into establishing trade routes for some reason. Like that's something they focus a lot of their time on. They like the idea of a merchant adventurer maybe. And so they spend all this time setting up trades and setting up trade routes and establishing settlements to act as storehouses and resource centers that you start dotting across the population. And every time you attempt these trades and you fail, you end up with the same harvest issue of the settlement that you're trying to do business with is having hirelings mysteriously disappearing. And let's say it happens like 2 or 3 times within like 6 or 7 turns, and like it becomes a recurring theme, then that becomes a theme of your campaign where there's something going on with body snatchers constantly snatching up harvest workers, especially around your characters. So whoever it is that somebody has a hate on you, and they keep sabotaging communities that you're interested in as though they're afraid of you expanding your reach by keeping you isolated, attempting to maybe create a bad reputation that working with you is cursed, perhaps. So they're trying to prevent you from progressing, and you're starting to see there's this pattern emerging. So maybe the type of the villains that are stealing these people, maybe it's a recurring villain at this point that's now trying to escalate issues by running the same plan again, but with more effort. So like maybe now instead of just kidnapping people, maybe they're turning into zombies. And they're sending them after your facilities so you're now being attacked by zombies at some point. Stuff like that. Who knows? You kill them off. Now they're escalating. They're creating shadows out of the villagers that they steal. So now they're sending strength-stealing incorporeal creatures after you, and you have to fight that stuff. Who knows? I mean, these are ideas that you can have. But if you're having the same result over and over again, it's the dice want that to be a theme in your game. Lean into it. Redundancies are good. They create and establish obvious patterns that are being thrown at you literally with the dice. So lean into what those things are. They're trying to make your workload easier by, again, establishing these, not these guys again. And all you have to do is just think about how can I keep making it more interesting, and how can we escalate the absurdity of what it is to the point where it becomes just heroic adventure to have to fucking deal with it. So that's never underestimate the shenanigan pillar of adventure in D&D. Like the shenanigan pillar is incredibly strong. The silliest, dumbest ideas can erupt into like seriously fun ideas for campaigns. So I'll stop pontificating right now because we can now pull all of these samples that we have here, and we can extract those and drop them down into empowerment to see what we have going on here. So the question then becomes, trade, is this too specific? The settlement, hireling mysteriously disappearing. The settlement. Let's see. Down here we have maintain settlement. Mutiny prevents materials from being traded. Is this too specific? I mean, I guess they're just technically examples of like things that you can do. They don't necessarily have to be like what they are, but I guess it's just like examples of how that would feed in. Let's go through the full process and see how all these are, And at the end of it, let's see how pigeonholed we feel each of these things are, and if we need to find a way to make them more general, so like they're more riffable or like more spontaneous, like more open-ended, so you can play with them more. Maybe that'll feel better. But if we go through all this and we're seeing like a variety of different types of ways that the world can be interacted with at the order level or as plot hooks, maybe the amount of specificity we have in each of these complications, maybe that'll actually feel good. So So empower, and I suspect when I finish this, I suspect we'll be done for the day, and we'll come back and probably play with it some more tomorrow at lunch. Because I don't work tomorrow. It's a vacation day. Yes. So we'll be able to spend some more time doing. So yeah, let's finish this. I suspect the rest of this is going to go a lot quicker because we're going to get in the groove of it. That's just how it works. But I'm getting excited about working on the Eberron stuff. So I'm going to make this the end, and I'm going to bounce for the day. But that probably means we're still going to be here for like a half hour or so. So be welcome to stick around if you're interested. So now we're looking at empowering. So trade. You gather materials from a harvesting settlement for item creation. Complications prevent establishing trade, as described below. Craft order to repair. Harvest order to send additional labor. There you go. That's how we should be wording this. Craft order. And I can just delete this to be just one, and then here's the problem, and then craft order to resolve, and then you'll just naturally see the pattern. So harvest order. Maintain order to temporarily manage the settlements to reestablish order. There you go. Maintain order to reestablish operations. And then we don't have research yet. There we go. Recruit order to hire mercenaries. To send recruit order to hire mercenaries. There we go. Recruit order to end the blockade. That's horrible English, but. Maintain order to blank. Recruit order to blank. Resolved. Okay, so we're currently working on empower. Okay, so empower. Empower can heal. It can create magic items. It can create boons, charms, skill bonuses, feats, proficiency bonuses, expertise, weapon masteries, weapon and armor proficiencies. There's a lot you can do with empowering. It is a very broad category, and it's expected that your team is going to spend a lot of time in those points. So especially if you're leaning into the system to buff your characters and create gear for your characters, like if that's why you want your Bastion, you're going to spend a lot of points in the empower. So the idea I'm thinking is like the settlement where you're establishing trade with has been blighted. The land is cursed, and it's not, and they're not. There's a curse that's preventing the materials from being gathered, and so if you can send a druid to sanctify the land, they can reserve operations. Is that the proper thought process here? 2 and 2. Got it. Okay, so that's the answer. The settlement is blighted with a curse. Empower order to sanctify the settlement and re-establish harvesting. We're kind of hand-waving the amount of time it takes for the druid to get there. We're assuming it's not too far away without being specific about it. It could also be that you're chaining resources through another facility, like if you want to, like if you've got a bastion that's maybe like 200 miles southwest of Waterdeep, and you want to establish trade on minerals so that you can craft magic items. So you need a second rank storehouse established so you can always create uncommon magic armor and ammunition that you need for your ranger and paladin, for instance. So the material that you need is minerals, second rank. You only need to have basically a village size settlement to be able to do that. But when you look at the map of Waterdeep, when you look at the map of Forgotten Realms, you can't find appropriate mines for that sort of content until you get north of Waterdeep in those mountains there that are already established as mining as a mining resource that's been cultivated. So you would then have to establish that trade with Waterdeep. Waterdeep is 200 miles away, and then it's 200 miles back, and then there's the time needed to actually sanctify the land that's there. So how do you resolve all that? Do you need to worry about time? No. Let's say no, you don't, because maybe the problem was if you're established. Okay, so the problem. This is a trade issue. So you're just attempting to establish a line of materials that you don't want to have to harvest yourself. You may or may not actually need to craft anything with that right now, because if you were trying to craft something, you would have made a crafting roll, and if you failed the roll and the complication was trade or harvest, then it's you don't have the materials that you need to be able to create this thing, and then you need to spend time establishing those routes. But this is you're attempting to establish that route independently of actually crafting anything that requires time. So it could simply be that the first shipment that you received was at the beginning of the trade order, and now that there's a complication, the issue is that they can't do this for you consistently. They were able to get you the materials now, but until you resolve the complication, you can't actually keep those points locked in as an established trade route so that your storehouse is always full. See? You only need to see if you only need to roll for resources. You only need to roll for materials from your trade or harvesting operation if you're crafting something. And if you fail the crafting roll, one of the complications can be you don't have the materials needed to do this. But if you have already sustained a storehouse with the materials that you need at the rank that you're crafting at, the feat perk benefit of that storehouse facility is you can never lack materials. So you would have the materials that you need, even though the complication says you don't have the resources that you need. It says, no, I have a storehouse and I've guaranteed those materials are good, so we need to have a different complication. So would that mean that you automatically solve that complication? I think the answer would be yes. The order to establish trade would already be resolved with this trade out, so you automatically succeed the order to have the materials. So like if the complication is you don't have the materials, the order is resolved. You go to your storehouse and get the materials that you need. We had them all along. You don't have, but if you wanted to invest a plot hook into that, then you could say, well, yeah, there's something wrong with our material. We can squeak by with what we have, but let's go look and see what's going on with that if you wanted to honor that as a legitimate problem. Because it did fail, it just happened that you were able to overcome it because you had established that facility as a storehouse with the materials that you needed when you needed it. But if you wanted to, you could say, well, there's potentially a problem that's going to destabilize. So if we don't resolve this complication, I'm going to take that storehouse away from you. So now it becomes a complication that's threatening. I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. So I'm going to jot that down real quick up here in craft. I'm going to jot that down because that sounds like a fun Ludo narrative that we should be keeping in mind. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we know this is going to be trade, and we know that this is going to be research. We know that this is going to be recruit, and we know this is going to be maintain, and we know that this is going to be harvest, and this is empower. So there you go. If you have a store hold facility of sufficient rank, you can ignore the harvest and trade complication. There, how about that? Now, as we create these complications, we can have reasons for you to sustain a facility beyond just whatever the perk of the facility is. Maybe that is the perk of the facility. I don't know, maybe. Ooh, if you have a storehold facility of sufficient rank, you can ignore the harvest. Yeah, harvest and trade complication. The empower complication. If you have a storehold facility of sufficient rank, you can ignore the harvest. The item is cursed with a detriment. Order. Empower order to purge the item of its detriment. Plot hook to find a magical plot hook to find means of purging the item of its detriment. Oh boy, that's real imaginative there, Phil. Yeah, right. But I mean, that's essentially what we would be talking about, right? Lack materials to create item. Lack materials to create item. Trade order to find the materials needed. Harvest order to harvest order to gather the materials needed. Something like that. Plot hook to find exotic material requirement. This is a bit redundant, but I think it's okay to be a little bit redundant. It's like a major theme of magic items and creating stuff. So plot hook to find exotic material or plans or required plans. There we go. Or required plans. Or required. The classic, you need a griffin's wing, and you don't have one, so you got to go find a griffin with a wing and take it and apologize. But yeah, that's like super basic stuff. It's like that's like the lowest hanging fruit in complications with crafting, right? Super easy. You can either resolve it by just finding the thing and trading for it, easy peasy, or sending out a team to go find it. Trade order to find the materials, to trade order to acquire the materials needed, harvest order to gather, harvest order for hirelings to gather the material needed. Like, instead of the heroes going out and finding the griffin's wing, you just send out mercenaries to get the wing. Oh, actually, that would recruit. Harvest orders for hirelings to gather the materials. Trade order to acquire the materials needed. Yeah, lack. Oh, here for recruit, it's current hirelings lack the skill to produce the item. So recruit order to hire a specialist. Hire a specialist. Plot hook to convince to trade a favor. Plot hook to convince an NPC to help create to help craft in exchange for quest. How about that? That's easy enough, right? And research, you lack the required plans to create the item. Research order to discover the plans. Plot hook to delve ancient ruins for plans or prototype, something like that. 2 S's. See, crafting, it's like there's so much narrative built up around crafting. It's super easy to just come up with complications for it. But trade is more complicated, right? It just feels more complicated. I've noticed how much I'm saying, right? Again, I'm convincing myself of like the narrative of this. I don't know the right answers. I'm making them up as we go along. But it's mechanical and it structures stuff instead of just narrative. Like in a D&D game, I can just crack out bullshit all day and it'll just naturally filter into making sense. It's just what it does. But when I have to have internal logic that makes sense unto itself to be able to make these things work. So I'm obviously hiding from trade right now to work on crafting, and I think that's okay. So maintain is lifestyle. So this is going to be, like in this instance, is worker, hireling strike, due to unwanted work conditions. Maintain order to unwanted work conditions. Maintain order to improve to temporarily improve lifestyle as the business, as the Bastion grows. And I feel like if you're being, that's so fucking good. And then, like, for example, this is a great instance of that. Hold on real quick. Plot hook to, let's see, maintain order to temporarily improve the Bastion lifestyle. What's a plot hook that I could use? Hireling strike due to unwanted work conditions. Plot hook to investigate claims of unwanted work conditions. It doesn't sound very exciting to have a sit down workers' rights negotiation as a D&D 5e thing, but it doesn't have to be like that. It could be like you go and you start checking out people, and they're unusually angry. There's some sort of like there's like an ethereal entity that's feeding off of their emotions. It's taking their joy and their sense of safety away from them, leaving them without joy and feeling unsafe. So they're scared and angry, and that's why they're responding that way. So like this could be like a third or fourth tier adventure where you then need to step sideways into the ethereal plane and find a way to keep thought eaters from feeding off of your crew while they're trying to make these magic items, right? So that's right, he says with questionable confidence, but that makes sense. I like that. So if we're so the easy solution might be they're complaining, we're going to dump points into trying to sustain a lifestyle for this place, and here we should probably include in parentheses if the where do we had it down here somewhere. If you have a storehold facility of sufficient rank, you can ignore the harvest and trade complications. If you are sustaining if you are sustaining a lifestyle, if you have invested resources in maintaining a storehold facility of sufficient rank, you can ignore those complications. If you have invested resources maintaining a lifestyle for the guild, you can ignore the maintain complications. See, we're using the facilities that you can sustain to eliminate potential complications. So not only are you getting a benefit of what that facility is providing to you, but it is also preventing you from having specific complications crop up. I suspect if we're successful, I bet we can find a facility that can remove complications for each one, every one of these. And I think that's a cool system. That gives you really great reason to focus in on, like, if you really want to get into trade, then establishing these different facilities will help make sure that your trade goes off without a hitch, so that you can keep being more efficient with providing the gear that you want for your characters to take on adventures the way that you want. So that feels really, really natural to me. I am loving that. And I think we just resolved all of craft. We just resolved all of craft. So that is our pilot demonstration of how, if you have a complication when you're crafting a non-magical item, if you have a complication, you roll on this table. So let's say we're going with building an airship. Okay, here's an example. Right, we're gonna run an example. So we're trying to build a hammerhead ship that we're going to put a spelljamming helm into. Hammerhead ships are 250 feet long, and they cost about 65,000 gold, I think. No, it's made out of wood. It's 75. It's a mixed material, a compound material of both metal and heavy wood. Heavy wood compound was 1,500 gold pieces per 5-foot space, according to the Spelljammer combat exploration document that we publish on DMsGuild. Per 5 feet, 250 foot hammerhead ship is 50 squares. 50 squares times 1,500 per square, that's a 75,000 gold investment. So to be able to craft a hammerhead ship, it is going to be a DC of, it goes from 100 to 400, 4,000, 40,000 is the cap, 200,000. So the DC of building a hammerhead ship is basically a 30. So you got to roll a 30 on that die roll, which means that like a low end Bastion is not going to be able to build one, but you could still try. It doesn't matter what rank you are. The DC is set by the cost. So if your first rank guild, if you can figure out a way for your first rank Bastion to hit a DC 30, you and like those 3 other guys that are willing to hang out with you for pizza, you guys build a hammerhead ship. It'll take you for fucking ever, but you can build it. But if you fail that die roll, it's not that you can't build it. It's that this next week that you spend building it, you run into a complication. So you can only resolve 100 gold pieces per week, and it's a 75,000 gold piece item that you're trying to create. It's going to take you 750 weeks to finish making that hammerhead ship on your own with those 3 dudes that work for pizza. So it's like your ultimate garage project that you're working on. So you're a first rank guild. Your first week goes by. Your die roll, you're gonna roll a d20. You're gonna put as much effort into as you can. So you're gonna roll a d20 plus d4 plus 1, and your character's there doing it with you. So let's say it's an artificer that has plans for building a hammerhead ship. Oh shit, you're not a high enough level yet because the thing costs 75,000 gold. You have to be a 17th level artificer to be able to produce that. So, but your artificer's there. You can't specifically build plans to reduce the time frame for making that thing, but you are present, which means that instead of the Bastion making a die roll, you get to add D4 to your die roll. And you're a first level artificer trying to make this boat with your free friends that are working for pizza. So you get the extra D4 die roll because you're putting the point of resources from the task that you're investing in issuing the order to get the D4 from the first rank of being a Bastion. You get to add that to, let's say, your +4 intelligence and your +2 proficiency bonus. So that's a +6 and a D4 on top of your D20. If I roll a natural 20 and I roll a 4 on my Bastion die, I will avoid complications on the first week of 750 weeks to complete. Oh, wait. It's not 750. It takes a year. That's right. It takes a year to complete something of that cost. My artificer will reduce it to a season. A season is basically 10 weeks. So I'm going to have to make 10 checks because I can't do more than a week at a time at first rank. That's the maximum time I can spend on something. So, yeah. So I only have to make 10 rolls, and I'm about to make my first Bastion roll. And if I roll a natural 20, my first week is uninterrupted without any kind of complications. I rolled a 9 on the 20. I rolled a 1 on the D4, so that's a 10. Plus, okay, so I got a 16. I got a 16 out of 20, so I have a complication. Okay, so we're going to roll a D6 on our complication table here. I rolled a 3. Maintain. So the hirelings strike due to unwanted work conditions. So they want more than pizza. Like, pizza's not good enough for these dudes anymore. It's like, dude, this boat is going to take for fucking ever. I have to give up like half of my life to build this thing with you. I need more than a pizza, okay? So what's in it for me? That becomes your strike. Well, I could then spend points. I could then spend an extra point to roll a maintain, to issue an order, to maintain, to temporarily improve the Bastion lifestyle. So I'm going to burn my die, and whatever lifestyle, that's like a poor lifestyle. I'm just going to spend the die to automatically have for the rest of this season, with the cost of that resource point for the rest of this week, they're going to not have a poor lifestyle. They're going to have a modest lifestyle. And that's like pizza, maybe like a keg of beer too. It's like, dude, I'll just chip in a keg of beer and like get you some hot wings too. And like, yeah, okay, that's cool. And so they're willing to work for another week with you, and you just resolve that task. Otherwise, you can make it part of your adventure, which is plot hook to investigate claims of unwanted work conditions. So you basically go in, and now you're going to figure out a way that, like, arguing with your friends and making an adventure out of that pizza issue, how you can resolve that. Like maybe they're actually infested with a greed demon that for some reason isn't allowing them, like they want more pizza. Their glutton demon is locked inside of them. So now they just want to consume endless pizza, and they're using this leverage to get more pizza. So actually all you have to do is purge them of the glutton demon inside of them, and they're willing to work with. They're happy that you removed that. They were having all sorts of horrible things happening in their life, not just the pizza thing, man. They just wanted more and more of everything, and they just couldn't keep up. It was horrible. Thank you for freeing us of this gluttony curse. We will happily work with you for another week. Now I'm going to roll again. So week number 2, that was my first complication. So now we're going to roll week number 2 and see, do we happen to roll a natural 20? Oh my God. Well, I got a 4 on the die, but I only rolled a 2 on the D20. So that's a result of 12. That's actually worse than last week. Shit. Okay, well, what's my new complication? So my new complication is a 5. But if I had been maintaining a lifestyle here, it wouldn't have been a problem because I'm paying for them to work for me for a living. They don't have to worry about their lifestyle going away. They eat pizza, sure, but they actually work for me. We just eat pizza every day. This is part of it. So I would have been able to resolve that problem immediately. Remember, this is a salary job for them. They're like, oh yeah, you're right, no problem. And then it just disintegrates away. So if I had invested resources in maintaining the lifestyle for the guild, they wouldn't have had to complain about that, and they would have just automatically been cool working with me for the next week. But if I didn't have that resource, if I didn't have that facility invested in, then it would become a complication that I had to deal with that way. But now I've rolled a recruiting issue. The current hirelings lack the skill to produce the item. These dudes that are working for pizza, the reason they're willing to work for pizza is because they're not very skilled. If they were actually skilled woodsmiths, woodworkers, they would actually be able to have a guild job that would offer them a comfortable lifestyle, not just this shitty, like, modest lifestyle that I offer them. So what do? Well, they're unskilled, so if I actually want to get this hammerhead ship done, I'm going to have to either recruit a specialist, eating up my resources to have somebody that knows what they're doing on board with me to make the boat, or plot hook to convince an NPC to help craft in exchange for a quest. Oh, this would be an NPC, not a current hireling. But, okay, so I can either spend points to get the specialist to help me, or I make an adventure that I find a specialist that's willing to help me, but I have to perform a task for them first. I have to go on a quest mission. Like I have to complete a quest to convince them to help me. And once I complete that adventure, then yeah, I will help you. And now I have them on board. And now that I have them on board, that point that I spent, like I didn't spend a point, but I just recruited them. So if I spent a point or whatever the rank is, like say they're the 3rd rank for the boat, I invest 3 points to permanently keep them on staff with me, but they outrank me. So that could potentially create a complication each month that they're on hand with me. They become discontent. Your operation is too small to sustain me. I want to leave this place. Now it's an issue of keeping the specialist around. So week number 3, I fail my die roll. Big surprise. I have a complication. I rolled a 2. Harvest. So harvest orders, I lack the materials to create item. There's not a lot of us. We've just ran out of materials. We need to go get more materials. Well, I can invest points in to gather materials that are needed. They're readily available. We're just not organizing it well. Or I could have a plot hook to find, or it could be that if I choose a plot hook, as I'm missing an exotic material that I need to make this boat work. And now I have to go on a quest mission to find what that blessing is or whatever. And then we can proceed. So that's 3 weeks right there for 3 adventures that we could have chosen to go on or chosen not to go on. But that would happen we would make that roll every Bastion turn. And now for the next week, we have an adventure. and whether that adventure is resolving the complication or it's a different complication from a different order that we issued, or we're pursuing our own goals, we always have something to do, and it's changing the flavor of what it is. But if we don't want to deal with it personally, we can just dissolve it into being an order that we issue. So you only have so many orders that you can issue each Bastion turn. It's your rank +1 is the number of orders you can issue. You have to spend one of those on maintaining maintaining a lifestyle. And if you do, great. If you spend and then like at first rank, you'd have like one other task. And in this instance, we're trying to create this hammerhead ship, right? That's the order that I've issued. Make me a hammerhead ship. It's going to take forever. And so these are the complications, because that's the die roll. You're maintaining your die roll every month. But if we spent a point, we could have maintained a modest lifestyle. So that's been established. I don't actually have to roll that anymore. That's now tied up. So I have 2 orders that I can issue. And let's say I have 3 resources. So I just tied up 1 resource to maintain a modest lifestyle. So both of my die rolls are open. I don't have to make a die roll to maintain my lifestyle while I am sustaining a lifestyle for my guild. So that freed up both of my orders now. So the other order that I had was for my hammerhead ship, make the hammerhead ship. And I invested a point into it, so I get to add that D4 to my artificer's die roll. So that takes up 2 of my 3 resources, and it eats up 1 of my orders. I now have 1 order left over, and I have 1 resource left over. So I hit a complication. So I can then now issue. I have 1 point of resources to attempt to resolve the problem. But the hammerhead ship is a 5th rank task. Like it's the cost of it puts it in the 5th rank of production. Like it's that big of a task to build one of these ships. So if I want to hire a specialist, it has to be a 5th rank specialist, which is going to cost me 5 resources or 1,000,000 gold. I'm sorry, it's 1/10 of the value. It's 100,000 gold. So like if I were to hire a 1st rank specialist, it would only cost me 10 gold. But because it's a 75,000 gold piece boat, that puts it at the 5th rank, which means I need a 5th rank specialist, which would cost me 100,000 gold, which is more expensive than actually building the boat itself. So like that. So if I had 100,000 gold, I just buy a goddamn boat and we're done. But I'm a 1st rank character trying to build a hammerhead ship. I don't have the resources, so I can't afford to purchase that recruit. So Hireling Strike, I maintained the lifestyle, so that was fine. The recruit, I didn't have the points to hire the recruit, so if I follow the plot hook to convince the NPC to help craft in exchange for the quest, I either have to perform that. I either have to do that quest to win them for a week, or I have to abandon the task because I can't perform it. Like I'll make no progress this week because I don't have a route to succeed. So I perform the task, I do the quest, I acquire all this crazy crap that makes my characters and my Bastion advance despite itself. And now for the next week, I have that specialist who's willing to lend a hand and just point out some pointers. If I attempt to recruit them and like keep them there, I don't have enough resources to even keep them there. Like I'm way too busy, man. I'm showing you how to do this, but I'm not involved. This is obviously a passion project of you. I'm out. And then they disappear. Now you have to re-roll the next week. So that next week we have the harvest. So we have 2 points we have 1 order that's open, and we have 1 resource available to do it with. It's a 5th rank task that we're attempting to perform for. So we have a harvest issue. Yeah, we don't have enough resources. We need 5 ranks worth of storehouse to automatically have the resources needed to make this hammerhead ship. So I have failed at that task. I don't have enough resources. The solution to this is harvest order for hirelings to gather the materials needed. But that's a 5th rank task. I don't have enough guys to gather enough materials to potentially make this boat. So I'm going to have to, again, rely on plot hook to find exotic material of the required plans. So I am now going to have to go on a quest mission to find materials to like quest to win favor from somebody who'll hook me up with the supplies I need to make this boat happen. This is all me fighting my way to have a hammerhead ship. And at the end of 10 weeks, after I've gone through all this process, because I'm an artificer that's devoting time to this, every time I go on a quest, I have to wait a week. Because I'm questing. I'm not taking downtime to produce the boat. So I don't get to add my die roll to it. So, but I can't succeed anyway. So I may as well go on these quests and leave the pizza party in charge of making the boat. So I can afford to actually go out on these adventures because my die roll, them adding their D4 to my die roll, I have to roll a 20 and a 4 on a D4 to succeed for 1 week. I may as well just keep going out and adventuring so I can gather allies, resources, plans, and specialists I can keep sending back to the Bastion to help the pizza party build the boat. But that means I'm not actually there to speed up the process because I'm not part of the adventuring. So instead of taking a season, it's now going to take an entire year. Because instead of me being there specifically focusing on downtime activity, I'm building this boat quickly because that's something that the artificer can do. That's a perk of being an artificer. But I'm not. I'm adventuring instead. So I can't reduce it down to a season. It's staying a year with my pizza party hirelings doing the task. So instead of having 10 tasks to succeed at, I now have 52 tasks I need to succeed at. It may actually be faster for me to put that boat on hold, build up my Bastion through adventuring, and then try it again, maybe like at 3rd rank. Maybe that's a suggestion. I could probably get to 3rd rank like in 16 weeks. That's a lot faster than 52 weeks, and I'd actually have a chance of being able to succeed at making this boat. And it would still only take a season, so it'd still only be 10 weeks on top of the 16 weeks it took me to build the Bastion. So, and all it's going to take 26 weeks, and at the end of it, I have a 3rd rank Bastion, and I have a Hammerhead ship that I can empower to become a Spelljamming helm, so now I can take my Bastion in space, and like 9th to 15th level or whatever, I can fuck around. So, anyway, that's the idea. So, we've completed the craft. I like that flow. I think that, that's essentially how the Bastion campaign system works. That's it in a nutshell. So all we got to do is blow out all these sample ideas of how you can make these things flow with you. And then we're off. So we can build out the book and put it on the DMsGuild, and it'll be fun to play with. I love this style. This is literally how I've been running the game since February. Because I'm using different industries in my D20 light system than what we're using, because the Bastion system has the established 7 orders. That becomes the industries or how we frame all the crafting. But in my Bastion, in my D20 light system, there's only 4. Everything is resolved in 4 different types of tasks that your guild is performing in that game is every 10 days. So, but yeah, same idea though, but we're just sculpting the answer. We're just like rebuilding that idea into the 5e mechanics that they introduced with the Bastion. So once I saw the Bastion system, I'm like, oh yeah, I can build my D20 light guild system. I can make it as a Bastion system. And when I export and when I go back and I actually start doing the ttrpg Kickstarter project, I can use this. Hey, you see, this is like a 5e example. I can distill this down into a D20 light system and make it universal. So you can use that idea in different types of campaigns. Here's how you can do it. And here's how you can resolve like a different style of resolution mechanics than what they're offering here. Instead of this ability check system with the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 scaling order with the 1, 4, 9, 16, 25 resources. We can instead have a system that has a different scaling, like a 1 to 10 scaling system, and then like scaling resources like 10, 100, 1,000, blah blah blah, and you stack up resources like experience points, so that you're developing your Bastion as a character instead of characters inside. Using a Bastion system, it's a Bastion campaign that builds temporary characters to resolve individual complications. So you can run multiple complications in the same Bastion turn. It's just that until you say, yeah, I'm done resolving complications, you don't advance the Bastion yet. You just play out as many of those different scenarios as you want inside the same 10-day frame until, I'm happy with that 10-day block. Let's advance the Bastion. So all the things that you did to resolve all the complications and like 3 or 4 different problems that cropped up, you resolve all those things, and now your Bastion advances, and this is the next step that it takes. Just like we were doing here, but resolved differently with different scale and different resolution. in an easier, more flexible system than what this is. This is more rigid, which is what you would expect from 5e. 5e is a very rigid system by design. So, fun shit, man. I'm really enjoying this. This is a fun process. So we're going back down into trade is where we're at. and we were currently stuck on Empower. So I'm going to just stack up all these things that we had from crafting and dump them into trade to see what next thing spits out. The next thing we want to look at, I think the last thing we have to worry about is the last thing. No, we still have research. But research should be pretty easy. Let's see. What time is it? It's 4:30. Yeah, let's finish at 5. Hold on real quick. I want to look at Discord real quick just to make sure I'm not missing something. Discord. 1 second. Yep, confirmed. Okay. Yep. All is right in the world. So let's see. We're looking at Empower. If I can get these two things done, that means we'll have completed both crafting and trade today, which means that when we come back tomorrow, we'll probably be able to finish up the other 3 much more easily. These seem to be pretty complicated. So trade is much more complicated than craft was. Craft was fucking easy. So let's see. Empower. The settlement is blighted with a curse. Oh, is that right? Is that what we did? The settlement is blighted with a curse? Did we resolve that already? Yeah, we did. Okay. So Empower. The settlement is blighted with a curse. Empower order to sanctify the settlement and reestablish harvesting versus plot hook to purge the settlement of its cursed blight or whatever. There you go. That was easy. Press the button. Yeah, people are disappearing. The answer isn't send more people. The answer is, well, it is to sever it, but not to solve the mystery of people missing. The order is simply just to replace the workers and harvest the stuff. That's just a very baseline minimal solution. But having your characters get involved personally, now they're starting to build rapport with the hirelings, potentially setting them up to be governed in the future, if you wanted to. But it's hopefully these solutions are creating paths for you to gain renown and influence over the settlements and different organizations that you're interacting with. That's the ideal. So now we're into research. So this should be pretty easy. That was easy, he claims. Research. So there's a problem that needs to be researched. So research order to my microphone's loud again for some reason. It's sorry about the echo. That's probably not a good idea to do that. Maybe that's right. I wasn't muting it because that's right. Maybe I should be muting it. Hold on. Where's my bit? There it is. There it is. Let's knock this down. Yeah, I'm just gonna mute it. I've had people around. I should be free from bot attack, or demonetization, or being ratioed out, whatever. Crapped on by the algorithm is what I'm trying to say. Research order to. Okay, so the trade line is the trade line must be disrupted. Is that it? Was it? We're going back to our oracle now. So. Is this an issue of the trade route being disrupted? 2 on 4. So question is 2. The answer is 4. So yeah, this is a different issue of the trade route being disrupted. The settlement or route is under siege and can't get materials to you. Recruit order to hire mercenaries to end the blockade. Settlement mutiny to temporarily manage the settlement. Blighted with a curse that you heal. The workers are disappearing, so you send in scabs. Crafting, my facilities are being wrecked, so I have to repair them. The route is being sabotaged. So if the route is being sabotaged, am I supposed to research who's doing it? Does that? Oh, it's not. Does that mean the caravan disappeared? 6 on 3. No, The caravan didn't actually disappear, but I'm supposed to be using the research action to like find out what happened, right? 6-on-1 says no. But research is used to find answers to things, right? That means I'm not thinking about this correctly. Is that right? 3-on-6. So it says yeah. So this is another instance of there's a secret usage here that I'm not sussing my way through. That's not obvious. That's going to help me expand my mind to make things work easier. So I have to dissolve my current thought processes and open my synapses to new pathways that'll show me different connecting points between these different dots. So can research be used in a different way? 5-on-3 says no. Research is, so it's only used one way, which is to gather information or know things. 1-on-4. So yeah, it's only used that way, but I'm not supposed to use the research action to find something. Am I reading that correctly? 2-on-1 is no. So the actual research order is to discover something. It's 3-on-6. So research order to discover something. And then plot hook to investigate something. It's sabotage. Is it maybe like blackmail or some sort of bribery that's preventing you from getting resources? 4-on-5. There we go. 4 and 5. So 4 was the question. 5 is the answer. There's some sort of, let's see. Bribe or something that falls into the privy of, governments are seizing materials as taxation. Yeah, local local government is seizing assets. So research order to discover why assets are being seized. No, it would be plot hook to investigate why assets are being seized. And research order to learn proper steps to release assets. Is that right? 3-on-2, not quite. Research order to learn proper steps to release assets. Research order to research order to find sufficient bribe. 1-on-3. Research order to find who to bribe or pay. Research order to find who research order to research is supposed to resolve it. Find and provide payment for assets. Is that the correct way to do this? 2 and 5. So research order to find, to learn, research order to find solution to releasing assets. Research order to find loophole to release assets, to release seized assets. How about that? Finding a loophole. 3-on-3. Loving it. All right, that works. Is that right? I'm going to double check that real quick. Hold on. There's something off about it. Research order to find a loophole. Is loophole the wrong word? Yeah, loophole's the wrong word. I like that idea, though. Research order to broker release of assets. 6 and 1. That's the wrong way of wording it. Research order to find mandates to find law releasing assets. That's the same thing as a loophole, right? But they like that. That's the right idea. Research order to find research order to discover influence in releasing seized assets. Nice. Research order to discover influence releasing the seized assets. Does the Oracle like that? The Oracle rolls 5-on-5. The Oracle likey lot. So that resolved. Hey, we just resolved trade. So we have an increasing stack of tasks that we can leverage towards whatever it is that we're working on next. So I feel like I just want to let's just work back forward. I'm just gonna stack all this shit up underneath the underneath research. I'm gonna let this list continue to grow, and by the time we're done with it, we'll be able to push it all up, back up into the Bastion events that go along with maintaining our lifestyle. And then we'll parse those out into good and bad things. Good things, bad things. A list of D20. Complications and opportunities. So, but it's almost 5 o'clock here. So I'm just going to go ahead and cut free for the night. This has been a really great block. I really feel that anyone that's checking this stuff out, drop in my Discord channel or leave comments in below. Does this jive? Is this making sense to you guys? And does this sound fun? Because I've had a lot of fun doing it, but that's just me. And maybe I've just brainwashed my players into thinking this is a cool way of running a campaign. But again, this is the way that you run your campaign. This is a lot of this is just DM tools, like a way for the DM to basically solo play global economics and to kind of play Civ 5 inside of your own campaign space. So if your team really gets into the idea of Dominion play with Bastions, then you as a DM, you now have a game that you get to play of updating the world to respond to the things. And you get to present those challenges to the players, and the ones that they choose to respond to as plot hooks for adventure, that then sets your objective for the next thing to build. And you can start just building like consequences and ideas off of the actions that they take in the adventure to create new complications, like custom complications that are affecting their Bastion. Or like when you randomly roll the Bastion thing, you can see how things they've done in the past could have been seen as foreshadowing for the new things that you introduce as their new complications. And you can just cascade off of that almost just endlessly forever. And it's just so fucking fun. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and cut here now. I'm going to work on Eberron for the rest of the night. Hopefully I'm going to be able to come back tomorrow morning with more progress. We'll probably finish up that tree and keep sallying forth into the adventure. So thanks a lot for being here, guys. I love doing this work. I hope it's entertaining to you. Check out the stack of books that I have linked down below. They're all free previews, so you can see the end product of ideas that I come up with. And jump in my Discord, say hey if you're interested in hanging out and sharpening your design tools with me if you want to. Otherwise, God's willing, I'll see you here online again. And thanks a lot. Later.